Sports has shown all of us that they came into this tournament with a renewed sense of just purpose, prep. Individuals are all in form right now. Dexter is finally gelling with the team in the way that everybody built him up to hopefully do, to be that fragging in-game leader. And all the pieces right now seem to be fitting together in the perfect MOUZ puzzle.
Yeah, what was it? They had 4 out of the top 8 players were MOUZ players,
Yes.
right? Like,
Yeah.
that's dangerous. That is so
Scary.
dangerous. Like, the individuals for them have been so good as well. But we've got to talk about some other individuals in the side of NiP. Of course, a specific individual coming over to the Swedish side now, the Rogue Dane of Device. So what are your initial takeaways from what we've seen with Device and them gelling with the team?
Well, I mean, honestly, I think I'm the one guy, maybe out of all of us, that sat here and was like, dude, I like the way that NiP is looking coming into this tournament, but with the addition of Device, you got to wonder whether or not things are just going to click the way that they have been going for them. So NiP has been playing exceptionally well. They played an extremely close series against G2 just the other day, and you know there was a lot of different factors into why that that was so close. One of them being Device's performance. You know, some standout plays from ZTR, from Rez, and you know throughout, I think NiP has pleasantly surprised me. Maui, what do you think?
I think that NiP right now is kind of like, I think the thing is that Lex, you probably have the most realistic sense of where NiP are right now, because a lot of us have these kind of blinders on, right, where we're thinking that this blockbuster move, surely that they're like a clear top 4 team, and they haven't been. They're really with the likes of MOUZ and G2. I mean, maybe they if they take big down here, maybe they are a top 4 team at this tournament, but it wasn't clear by any means. There was a lot of questions made because of just the circumstances of how NiP have gotten to this point. And honestly, NiP have kind of been a steady, chugging along team throughout the last year, and it doesn't feel like this is elevated to that point where we're all like, oh, yes, this is what NiP needed.
Would we be saying those things, though, Maui, if they had beaten G2 the other day? I mean, take it. They
Yes.
won map
Close.
1 kind
It
of
was close.
decisively. They lost in OT, I think, on map 2, and then, you know, it was 16-14 map 3.
Right.
If they 2-0 G2 there, sorry to steal your job for a second, Freya, but, like, I'm kind of asking myself the same question where it's like, you know, is this a situation where we're suddenly talking about NiP being a top 3 team at this tournament?
That is totally true. That is actually a very valid point, because honestly, if NiP did take down G2, who I think are the tournament favorites for a few of us now, I think a few of us have switched.
I'm hot on G2 right now.
A few of us have switched sides. Then we would be saying that this project is working, but at the end of the day, we are very results-oriented in our job, in our profession, and just saying that they lost. They're not in the top 3 right now, guaranteed, for this tournament, and they might lose to Big today, means that they are not quite yet at that elite standing where we were hoping Device would take them.
To play devil's advocate maybe a little bit more, would you not be giving them a little bit more credit just because of how close it was against G2? Sure, you're saying, you know, a win would have totally changed it, but because it was so close, because it was pushed to those OTs, are we maybe giving, or should we be giving NiP a little bit more credit for where they got in the tournament?
I think yes and no. On the one hand, maybe G2 was playing down to NiP's level and didn't have the cleanest series. Like, they really looked good against Heroic the week prior. But to me, I mean, NiP, the fact that they're playing 3 different maps in that series against G2 as close as they did, that was impressive, because I don't expect them to just have a really explosive map pool. 16-14 on Mirage, which, I mean, Launders has brought it up so many times over the weekend. Device has no idea how to play the map. It's his first time there, right? Just kidding. No, but seriously, like, you got to wonder whether or not coming into this tournament, NiP has a refined map pool again, and I think I'm painting myself as the guy who's been pleasantly surprised by their performances, and it's because they're doing it. You know, they don't just have one map where they're going to and beating other teams on it. You know, it seems like they're able to, you know, rise to the occasion rather, on multiple different of these series, and it's impressive to watch.
Yeah, no, it is an interesting point as well that you bring up about obviously seeing Device playing his first official game in over 2 years on Mirage. Obviously, if you've ever played Face It, you'll have definitely played Mirage, and we know that Device plays a hell of a lot of Counter-Strike anyway. But what are your kind of, has he met up with the expectations you had of him coming onto that new map? How do you feel he's kind of integrated in terms of how he plays the map?
I think he's a better piece than Knock, actually, if we just want to go 1 for 1 there. I think that Device has been a little bit more mobile than Knock. He just shows that on every map we've seen from NiP, actually, Device is taking much more initiative than Knock did. Like, that was easily my biggest criticism of NiP over the last year, is that Knock's attempt rate and opening kills was always hovering around 12, 13%. And for an Opper, that's the lowest of any Tier 1 Opper out there, period. And so basically, Device kind of sitting more around, I think he's around 18% maybe for this tournament, unless the stats have changed over the last series. And that's good. That's a solid amount. Your Opper should be taking the right amount of duels. And the thing is that Device, when he gets one kill in on one part of the map, he moves to another part of the map. His macro decision is still there from when he was on Astralis, and maybe in the micro he's not as aware of what his teammates are doing in those situations, but the fact that he's just such a thorn in the side of any oncoming attackers where he is constantly shifting position, you don't know what angles you need to flash off, you don't know where you need to be in perfect trade procedures, that's where Device is getting the most mileage out of this weapon.
Yeah, Maui, and for me, I think the biggest thing about Device himself is like, okay, you've had seen some performances out of him where it's almost incomplete. It seems like he maybe isn't fitting into the system properly, isn't having the best games. Maybe he's just missing shots. You know, we could put him under the microscope at a different time. But for me, it's just like I expect him to hit the film room, check the demos, understand, you know, comprehensively why and where his failures are. And I expect him to come back and give us a performance each and every time. And it seems like he's able to do that. I mean, he's a fantastic player, of course, but like you're touching on, Maui, you know, getting the first kill into a round, it's just something that he has the freedom to do now on NiP, move around and play his own game.
And on the other side of the server, it's going to be the Germans of a big. And maybe a few questions for them for obviously different reasons coming into it with the same lineup that we've seen for some time now. But the questions of, will they ever be returning to that form that we saw in 2020 when they were really reaching the heights? And I guess we're still not sure whether they're going to be doing that.
Yeah, I tried to pry with Tabson yesterday on the blind spot. I was like, so what's really going wrong with the team, man? Why don't you tell us? Why don't you give us the juice? And he didn't. It's okay. I wouldn't either. But, you know, I'm like looking for something. There's got to be a reason why. And he, you know what? His response, actually, it wasn't as though he just dodged it. It was just a very honest one where it was like, hey, you know what? I'm not going to tell you everything, but ultimately there's a lot of footage of us over the last year. Obviously, every team, when you're on the top, is looking at you as, you know, either something that you need to figure out how to beat them, yes, but on the other hand, you know, a lot of teams are keying in on and following their tactics, their strategy across maps, and it's something that it's tough to consistently play at that level, right? And so you do see some standout individual performances here at Flashpoint 3. We've seen Centaurus, Searson at times. Keto's a big one that actually was just in that last clip. Had a really good series the other day. And so I'm looking at this roster, and it's just like, dude, this team should be absolutely playing at a higher level than they currently are. But, you know, we're here playing in lower bracket for potential lower bracket finals against NiP, and that's, I mean, they've kind of reached that point where, okay, maybe they're not the top team at this tournament, but at least they're competitive and they're here, you know?
Yeah, I think that even though NiP and Big are in the same point of the tournament right now, they're reaching each other in this matchup in the lower bracket, I think semifinals it is. The thing is that Big have been having such a rough, tumultuous period that to be in this spot against NiP, who are supposed to have a refreshed, renewed roster with Device, that means that until we see the result of this match, that these teams have performed kind of in a way equally to find this result to be here at the same point. So I think that for Big, that's actually a bit of an accomplishment. I think that because they've not been doing so well in other tournaments, that this might be where they find their footing finally. And if we look at the results that they've had at this tournament thus far, the only team they lost a series to is Mousesports. And that team is looking crazy good right now. The thing is that they've lost maps to some underdog teams, although you could say that, you know, Double Pony were a nuke specialist team, so that's why they took that from Big. And Sprout, kind of a domestic matchup. So I give them a little bit of leeway, a little bit of rope in terms of how those results may look like, Big are barely winning these, but it's kind of, there's a lot of caveats in those single map losses.
As Launders so eloquently put it yesterday in our interview with Tabson, does Tabson need to be more of an arsehole? Would you agree with that take?
I think he's just such a talented player that, you know, he's played almost a star role on various rosters before. I got to think that, you know, if you're taking on these different roles, we've seen him move to an Opper full-time for Big in the past. We've seen him move to IGL. And those roles, I mean, you got to give credit to how much depth you have to have, not only as a player, but as a teammate and as a person, really, to continuously be able to grow like that. But at the end of the day, you still have an incredible rifler who has done incredible things over his career individually for his teams that is now a little bit quieter on the scoreboard and his impact on these rounds. And it's hard for me to discern whether or not it's because he's taking a more proactive role in the team in terms of, you know, managing the day-to-day and the round-to-round issues for Big. But beyond that, you know, you do think, okay, if you're in an IGL role, like, sure, you're going to have your troubles and your struggles as a team, But I do think it would be great for him to kind of open up and call a little bit more selfishly to get him in the mix more.
I'm going to give a flat-out answer. I would say no. I actually think that tabseN's skill has degraded since he was the star of Big 3 years ago. I think that he thinks of the game now in a more macro sense, and I don't think he worries about his mechanics as much anymore, because on the nuke game against Double Pony recently, he took 2, if not 3, just dry duels against Joko in particular at that door, and he lost all of them. You can't be losing to Joko if you want to be an asshole. Like, you need to kill that guy. Then you can be the asshole and say, wait a second, guys, I still got it. So either prove it in the server and just... But, like, he didn't. He didn't prove it in those kind of 50-50 duel situations where I think 2018 tabseN would have just nailed him. He would have laser beamed him out of there.
There was definitely a period of time where, like, tabseN, just the way that he would move around in the game, and he was just such a low-sense player that it was just double-dink headshots with the A1S all day. And that was a player that I looked at as just being, like, mechanically gifted. And you're right, Maui. That is something that I don't think comes through when we watch Big play. We don't see him stepping up and rising to the occasion in that sense. So maybe you have something there. Yeah.
Well, we do need to be getting into our map veto for this best of 3 series. So do you guys have any indications of where you think this veto is going to go?
Well, Big has been banning out Inferno. They've kind of shifted their veto to be that. NiP ban out Vertigo pretty much all the time now. And now the picks, I think, really kind of favor NiP because they have a few options, and Big generally picks maps that NiP has been successful at this tournament thus far. Big usually pick out Dust 2 or Mirage here, and I think this time around, I think maybe you'd slightly favor D2 just because of the footage you've seen on NiPs thus far. And where do you think NiP is going?
I don't know. I think we've seen them, actually be relatively successful on both Inferno and Mirage. Obviously, Inferno's already gone. So, I mean, Overpass could be an option. We'll see, though. I think, yeah, okay. So NiP is going to go with Overpass. And so the question for me really is what is going to be the map 3 decider and what does Big leave up? Do they want to leave Mirage in there? I don't know.
Yeah, I'm curious about the decider as well. I think it probably should not be Train, though, just given the fact that
I think Big would be willing to play Train.
Yeah, Big would be, but I wouldn't think... wow.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm surprised because I wouldn't think NiP would have wanted to work on Train, given that device is a new insert and you probably want to move on to Ancient now in the map pool. But they are willing to play it. That's pretty cool, actually.
The fact they get rid of Mirage is actually curious to me. I mean, Big obviously are good on the map. Maybe they're afraid of facing Big for those reasons. I just wonder whether or not Train is going to be a nail in the coffin for them.
It was tough for them against Sprout. I mean, there was moments where Sprout looked pretty solid on it. Big handled it. Big handled it. But like there were moments where you were a little bit, you guys got this? All right. So, yeah. Okay.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see if we do need Train going the full distance in this series. But we've also got to put 2 players together, one from each respective side. You made up a little couple's name for these two, didn't you, Maui?
Oh, Xantar Rez.
Oh,
yeah.
good one.
Big brain.
Yes.
Yeah.
It works itself, honestly. But these are basically both of the aim stars for these rosters, and they have been performing fabulously at Flashpoint 3. If any of one was supposed to be an asshole in the server, I would say give it to these two guys right now because they are both taking duels, they're winning fights, and right now they are carrying their teams in their matchups.
The biggest thing about me watching the Big roster play is Xantares and how much discipline he has in 2021. I mean, this guy is putting up the numbers, he's fragging out, and he's consistently delivering in that regard. But he's playing so smart and so careful. He's not, playing wanton with his life. And Rez, on the other side of things, saving NiP against Anonymous just a few days ago. He's been a really standout performer here at Flashpoint 3 for the side of NiP. So I think both of these guys going head-to-head, this will be a battle for the ages.
And considering we're putting these two up as, the sort of stars in terms of the fragging power for each respective side, are you sort of looking at any similarities, any differences in terms of their playstyle, especially going head-to-head in the server against each other?
I don't know. This is it's tough to compare anyone to Xantares IMO. but speaking to the discipline, that's something that I think Rez has started to develop over the years for NiP, and he's definitely a more refined player than he used to be. And I think that is something that NiP needs right now is some discipline. Right, we saw guys like ZTR stepping up, and so when you have five players delivering in the server, you enable players like Hampus to get his big flanks on. You allow players to get time they need to make individual performances really shine. And so for Rez, a lot of times being the site anchor, that can pay off in a big way.
Yeah, and I think if we switch it to Xantarez a little bit, moving into Dust 2 especially, he is consistently the B rotator for them on that CT side. So he actually kind of unlocks Tapson. Tapson's usually the kind of the A rotator, so it's kind of them working in tandem to stop any kind of mid to B splits, or for them to take initiative towards middle if they lose ground elsewhere on the map. So it's going to be fun to see if Xantarez, like Lex said, his decision making has really improved over the past few years. The player he was on Space Soldiers is no longer the player that we see today, and it's almost like he kept a lot of the good and got rid of all that kind of fluff, that bad, you know, that just more kind of random aggression and things like that, where he just felt like he had to save his team. For Big, it's all of them working together and using the best of Xantarez's abilities.
Well, we will be seeing both respective players heading on into Dust 2 as our first map of this series, and luckily we've got Alan's thought on Ninja's Dust 2 to get ahead of it.
In NiP's previous game against G2, the Swedes played a brilliant T-side on their map pick of Dust 2, and let's jump into one of these rounds. So as we can see, Hampus here is out towards the mid position, and he's going to start throwing some nades in towards this CT area. What he wants to do is pull some attention away from the B bomb site, as well as prevent those rotates coming in as quickly from the A side of the map, whilst his teammates explode out of this tunnel's position. Now jumping on towards that B bomb site, NiP have put down this smoke, and now they're going to come up close behind it and start throwing their mollies on towards this back plat and the back of the bomb site. Now this molly on towards the bomb site is going to 100-0 burn Jax here and kill him, and it will leave Hunter as the only player on the bomb site as he gets double peeked here by ZTR and Plopsky on top of those bricks, and Hunter goes down as we see an excellent round being played out by NiP to bring back this man disadvantage. So what did you guys make of NiP's man down mastery to bring that round back from a 4-5 over there on the T side with that awesome execute? Over to you guys on the desk.
That clip actually highlights a couple things for me. First of all, I think NiP is doing a really good job of calling the mid game and actually, executing in a bomb site that's together. But actually, something in that series that stood out to me a lot, and we talked about when we were on the desk for that series, was Amanek kind of rising to the occasion and stepping up for G2 when they needed it, having big AWP plays and a big AWP presence across the maps, and it was finding consistent picks against NiP. So for Searson, I think that just becomes an even bigger task, where not only do you need to find your form and have a really good series here, not just for the sake of your team, but, as a career as a whole, we've talked a lot about this week, Searson and his ability to deliver when needed. This series, it's going to become even more paramount that he's here and he's present in the server.
Yeah, I think that if he's able to find those openers, like you're saying, Lex, that'll relieve the pressure off of Keto and Xantarez, who will be playing that B-bomb site. So we can, those are the two players, Keto and Xantarez. You don't want to have to force them to make too many decisions if you're on Big Zen. You want to relieve all the pressure you can. So that's a great point, Lex. The fact that Searson, it is his job in a lot of these rounds to make sure that things come easier. But NiP, like Alan showed, they have a counter for when they're down men.
And that clip, as well, you wonder whether or not NiP has, refined a playbook coming into Flashpoint 3. We talk about their map pool and whether or not Device is going to be well integrated into that. Well, I think that's a great round where all the pieces for NiP are moving together, and they're doing so in a way that, there's absolutely no recourse for G2 in that round. It's a fantastic demonstration from Alan.
And as Alan said as well, obviously NiP having a really fantastic T-side on that particular game as well. So are there any expectations for NiP coming into this, considering it is Big's pick?
Oh, I don't know. I think, you've got Big on their comfort map. It's tough to say because, for me, I think of Big as, having seen them play against Sprout specifically, man, their CT side was porous, to say the least. There was just so many times where they had to rely on individual play to bail them out of situations. And so that's maybe why I wanted to pinpoint on Searson specifically as being the difference maker here on D2 for NiP. I don't know, though. What do you think, Maui?
It really does feel like every Dust 2 game kind of develops its own meta based off of who gets long control, who's winning that fight early, who's winning the cat control fight early, and then there's all this conditioning off of those kinds of plays. So it's really tough to say just dry before we see the match, what's it going to come down to? Is it the mid to B hold or is it the long hold? Because I think it usually does start with what's going on towards that A site. So that'll be a lot of pressure on Searson. It's going to be a lot of pressure on Tizian. Tapson's going to have to probably do a little bit of damage in that area as well. So all in all, I think that NiP, though, are feeling really comfortable about this pick. Even though Big picked this, NiP picked this the last time, if I'm not mistaken, against G2. So there's a really kind of map puddle that Big are having to fight in right now, whereas NiP, despite the fact that they're a new team, seem more willing to play a greater variety of maps, which is really scary if you're a team that's been together longer in Big.
Yeah, no, that is a really good point. We also do need to check in with our Unicorn odds for this matchup as well to see exactly where the markets are lying on this one. So let's take a look as they come up on screen. Pretty close, and I'm actually I don't know whether I'm surprised that NiP are the favourites in this. I'm kind of not sure what to make of these. What are your takes?
I don't even. When I was trying to do my predictions last night, I'm looking at the map pool for both these teams, and I'm trying to discern which team is actually going to have the upper hand. And I'm actually not surprised to see it that close, but I am surprised to see Big getting played that good of odds. I don't know. I just expect NiP to be the favorite here.
Yeah, I kind of see Big, the thing is that the history of this Big lineup should be comfortable on what we're seeing in terms of these maps. Overpass was also a map where they closed out a lot of series on in 2020. It was one that when they were beating Vitality and kind of contesting for that 1 and 2 spot, they were the best team on it. And so I don't know why they've fallen off in the way that they have. Tapson kind of talked about it. I mean, Lex, you tried asking them, and the answers might have to be some internal reasoning or people just studying this team so much. So the problem is for me and thinking that Big are I don't think they're favorites in this as the odds show, but it's just because everybody has the data on them. Everybody's seen what they've done, and they haven't brought enough new stuff. There's a couple new tricks that they bring here and there, but it's not enough to reinvent their gameplay.
Well, we do need to bring in our casters to get their predictions for this matchup. It says Semler and James over there in the casting desk. What are your thoughts, gentlemen?
I think personally that I must agree with Maui on this one. Big are playing with a little puddle. They're splishy splashy, not really making too many waves in there. And NiP are just going to come in there. They got their rain boots on, and they're just going to smash everything. There's not going to be any water left in that puddle when they're done, dude. We saw what NiP did to G2 on Dust 2. That's Big's best map, and NiP toyed with G2 the entire time. They're going to murder Big.
I think so, even more so than Semler. I went 750 for this one. And I think you guys raised a good question the other day about have we seen an impressive performance from Big in this tournament so far. And I think they've been lacking from the Big that I love to see. And again, I also picked Ninja's Pajamas to win the whole thing. So I kind of have to.
Yeah, no, you can't.
I've got to show him.
Bad lad.
I've got to show and prove. So 750 on NiP.
You also a safe bet. NiP are good in and out of the server. So I mean, they'll get that win one way or another.
What about you guys up here?
Bardoff brought up the fact that Lex asked me, have we seen anything impressive from Big? And the answer has been no, but I think this is it. I think this is the game. I don't know what it is.
Went with Big?
I went with Big. I did go with Big here. I think that Big have a chance.
Wow.
I think that somehow they're going to find a will or way. Sursen's going to find a revival, and it starts right now against Device.
I'll say this. For Dust 2, I mean, we saw Big really handle Afro and Slacks really well when it comes to their A hits in terms of just flashing off the oppers. And so Device has a tall order in front of him for Dust 2.
Okay.
But I did go with NiP for the series.
The thing is that NiP, they don't even know that the letter A exists. They just hit mid and B over and over again, and Keto's going to be having a real rough time. Unless Keto shows up for Big, I think it's going to be a tough one for him.
He's going to be in the blender.
Oh, he's straight in the blender.
I also went with Big for this one. Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh no, I didn't blend the flowers.
You didn't blend them, no.
It was
500 on
it was
Big.
the only vase I mean, it's not even a vase. It was the biggest thing we had. I tried a plastic cup, fell over. Yeah, it worked.
Yeah,
Thanks,
so
James.
Freya's birthday
vase.
flowers from the makeup artists are in a blender because we had no other container. But sorry to derail the show.
No,
Please continue.
that's right, James.
I
You
just
know
had
what?
to say that. That was a segue.
Well, that deflected from my point of going with Big because now I'm kind of not sure. I was very torn this morning when I was doing my predictions, and I feel like maybe I've been persuaded over to the NiP side of life potentially.
We'll see.
Well, we
Bit
will
late now,
see.
Freya.
Yeah.
Dug your grave. Sit in it with me.
Chips are on the line.
We're in the big
Freya
ass grave.
going for the Scandies. Freya makes sense.
No, it would. It really would make sense. I'm not
There we go.
Scandinavian at all, though. We will be checking back in with you guys when we're ready to be jumping into this game. But maybe we can continue our conversation a little bit up here on the desk about the side of Big and the questions that we potentially had in terms of why they haven't been able to recreate that form as we've seen in 2020. And I think there was, I brought it up a couple of times, but what Tizine was saying about just not having that family feeling. Tabs, and I think it was in August of last year, he was saying it's so important for the team seem to feel like a family. And maybe, I mean, potentially we'll get to ask him after the game, but I'm wondering whether that's just something that Tizian has been feeling, or like how much of an impact that's having on the team, like not having that same gel together.
I mean, I think it can really pay a toll. I mean, you can absolutely, especially when we're talking about the time frames, man. I said this yesterday, but 1 year is such a long time in games. So some of these rosters that stick together for 2-3 years straight, you know, unless you're winning everything, right? Unless you have all the answers like Astralis, or you have all the solutions, and the only end game really is that you just get bored and want to go do something else. Like, this is an uphill battle always, especially when you reach to where Big had reached, you know. You get to the point where you are a dominant force in the region and you can maybe contend for best in the world. That is, you know, it's certainly admirable, and it's something that those accolades will speak for themselves. But, you know, beyond that, trying to stay at the top, trying to continue that form, as soon as you start to slip a little bit, Maui, it can feel so much worse than it actually is.
We saw what happened to Astralis. They had to swap out some players. We see Device in the server, and he's not on Astralis here. He's on NiP. I mean, it goes, when you hit the top, like you're saying, Lex, it feels like it can only go downhill for certain teams. And I think one thing that I draw into question about Big and teams in general when they fall off like this is kind of the style of Counter-Strike that you're playing. Is it based off of too many just heavy strats, or is it based off of too many gimmicks here and there, or is it based off of some fundamentals that you can constantly recreate? And I think that's what a team like Astralis did so well when they had their run, to have such longevity.
Yeah, and that's the interesting note actually that you make, is that when you're trying to stay on top, obviously you're trying to constantly innovate. And if you're a team that finds success through strategy purely or your tactics alone, you know, there are certain things that other teams are going to key in on and exploit against you, right? And so that's something that Tabson spoke about in our interview on the Blind Spot yesterday. But, you know, kind of getting into the nitty-gritty about what, you know, makes a successful Counter-Strike team, you know, so we were talking about Mouse Sports the other day, and the way that Dexter's IGLing is, he's just like, we go get some map control and we mid-game it. And you know what? He trusts his teammates, and they clearly trust him as an IGL. So, I mean, that's something that maybe Big doesn't have in their back pocket, that ability to just adapt constantly, and you know, sometimes that can work against you.
It does feel like Big style lacks a lot in just general basic defaults. A lot of it is more just set pieces, set plays, kind of, even the way that they get map control, I think is sometimes a little bit too telegraphed for opposing teams, so they can counter it. They know what Big is doing on the server, and I think that always is why Big, I mean, maybe lately that's why Big have been on the back foot, because it's a little bit too obvious, so the rotations can be a little faster, the flanks can be a little faster when teams at the very tip-top level are playing against Big.
And I think it's a really good point to be bringing up as well, in terms of, you know, how the team's kind of gelling and molding and doing all that sort of stuff after you've been at #1 in the world. Because I think it was an interview with Tabson, again, where he was saying that there was a lot of focus on anti-stratting. They were spending so much damn time preparing for these matches, and it wasn't sustainable. It's not sustainable for a team to be putting in that much work, and obviously with their coach as well, a little bit of a switch up in terms of a dude coming in to replace Toby. So I don't know. I think it kind of begs the question of, was it sustainable the way they got there?
The team that I think anti-stratted really well at one point also last year was G2. And G2, prior to the Nico trade, actually we're talking about how we are anti-stratting every team, building a game plan around that. And I think they actually also reached #1 for a very brief time in 2020, around maybe March or April, if I'm not mistaken. And they said we couldn't keep it up. We can't keep doing that. It just takes too much time to do it and for everybody to be on the same page. So we have to make a game plan that's more generally just acceptable or worthy of facing every single team with. And I think Big right now are probably in the camp where they're trying to fall back onto some fundamentals as opposed to anti-stratting, and I think that's probably why they're a little bit more up and down.
Yeah, definitely some changes for them as well. And then changes in the coaching staff too. Obviously, in Armada, coaches have been used differently in terms of some of the other events, but dude stepping up as well. And it was interesting to hear that he was kind of being coached himself through Toby. Toby knew he was going to be leaving. So he was saying that, you know, he spent so much time with dude to try and get him up to speed. And we knew how important Toby was for the team as well.
Very interesting stuff. You know, and kind of just to contrast, maybe you could think like, well, let's just take Astralis, for example. A team that clearly was at the top of their game for a very long time and were able to kind of like beat the odds when it comes to being able to stay at the top and stay consistent at the top. I mean, that's a team that basically overnight, it seemed like, unveiled a full map pool. You know, obviously it wasn't overnight. This is over a span of years. But like, you just suddenly start dominating everybody. And once you get to that top spot, I mean, I think the entire world, the whole regions that we're talking about here are all looking at you, right? And everybody just wants to adapt their play style to be more like that. I think that Big really probably did undergo something like that. And right now, maybe this is just a restructuring period for them.
Well, we are ready to take to the stage into the server in map number 1. So let's throw it back over to Semler and James to get into the first map.
Thank you very much indeed.
Imagine my face when we're delayed because of server issues. And who's in the server again? Oh, right, it's NiP. Except that it wasn't NiP's fault. To be fair, it wasn't NiP's fault this time. It was Big's fault. And so I did have a bit of a snicker, though, a bit of a laugh at the beginning when I was like, here we go again. But no, it's fine, Bardolph. We're good. All the players have signed off on it. We're ready to play some CS. Let's get into the thick of things here. What do you think of this match?
Well, I don't know why. I just expect a strong performance tournament-wise from Ninjas in Pyjamas. I think that the Big that I love to see isn't the Big we're necessarily seeing just yet. And Xantares, while he can't see anything, he'll still get a kill in this long position. So that's not a too shabby a start from Big. They've got 3 smoke grenades and some other junk to deploy here. Now, they could use the Molotov for this car position. However, they may want to use it for the short plant box as they approach the bomb site. We shall see. Just chilling out for now. There is the P250 in the hands of Keto. As I say that, he dies before I can finish my sentence. The glass in that car is very strong, and indeed, the device will get deleted and ZTR as well. One by one, Ninjas in Pyjamas fall on this CT pistol.
Not a whole lot that Hampers can hope to do here. 1v4, they know where he is. If he can hit nothing but headshots and only provide a headshot angle, this will be fun. Xantares, well, there was a lot of attention given to Xantares on the desk coming into this series, and I think he deserves it. It's well merited. Because he has certainly stepped up this tournament for Big. They need heavy hitters. When Searson and Keto aren't able to get the job done, they've turned to Xantares, and Xantares has shown up in fine fighting shape recently for Big. And what I wanted to check.
All right, we've got a force buy from Ninjas in Pyjamas. Device AWP money in the bank. $700 seems to be enough these days. We'll see how things progress in that regard. Big are very, very well equipped in this round. There's no smoke grenade around the long doors to re-smoke the spot. And we can see that Ninjas in Pyjamas will move away. We've got heavy presence towards B from NiP, maybe looking for closer quarters engagements with their pistols.
Indeed. In fact, Xantares has only had 2 red games this tournament so far, and that was the first match against Mousesports for Big. After that, he's just been utterly dominating. So, very good to see here for Big. They definitely rely on his firepower. And, well, as far as Big are concerned, I mean, this is all playing out perfectly. 2 players alive on the site, a 3rd rotating over for NiP. But this situation still favors Big. They have the superior firepower.
Starting to creep up. So there's no Molotov for Big for that short plant box. There is a HE grenade, though, which has been deployed, not sure where. 40 seconds, and this is giving time for Ninjas in Pyjamas to rotate, but they don't really have the range now. And with Hampus being eliminated, that certainly makes things a lot easier for Big. And NiP may as well save at this point.
Indeed.
We can see ZTR probably isn't going to be saving in this round, but the rest of them, I feel like they've lost position. These Desert Eagles and Scout could be used again. They could be hunted later on, though, but indeed they will fall back.
Yeah,
ZTR will be
ZTR's a dead
eliminated.
man, but there's no reason to go past that.
Yeah.
Just leave it be. The gamble was that Big Clan would be moving towards that B site. Turns out that's not the case. And so NiP, I almost wish that they just stayed on B the entire time and not even given the chance to lose any of the guns. Once the gamble is up and Big go long, I mean, odds of you retaking are pretty slim. Unless you can get Device and the Deagles popping off, right? And hitting some crazy shots. But again, Big shouldn't be giving you that opportunity. Smoke off the cross and move on to the site, and that should pretty much be it. So 2-0, the lead for Big Clan on their map pick, and it's pretty much their home map at this point. Dust 2 is, I mean, Big essentially pick it whenever they get the chance. They have a 69% win rate on it. And so far, I mean, it's been touch and go. They got beaten by Sprout. 2 series ago on it, 19-17 in overtime. Sprout really overperforming, doing a fantastic job. But then they take down Double Pony 16-12. So it's kind of a 50-50 right now in terms of this tournament for Big.
Oh, that's a nice flick from Searson. A very small indicator, but a very nice one as to how ready he may be for this series. His sniping will certainly be important. Of course, there is no Mirage for Searson, but he's very capable elsewhere as well. Device with the other scout will exchange with Searson actually, but he'll get the better of him on a repeat. Keto creeping now. It's a great flashbang for him. Clearing the A bomb site with the MAC-10, utilizing him well, leaving Hampus in spawn. CT spawn, of course.
Yeah, this is actually really favoring Big, at least to this T-side start. Means that they get to set the pace, they get to set the tone for the match. I think NiP are feeling a little frustrated that they're the ones who have to start on the defense here. But we'll see if they can turn it around now. Dust 2, CT side can always be a little finicky. Can feel like everything is working for you. And it can also feel like nothing is working for you, so it can be very frustrating. But like I said, I mean, NiP, they had a fantastic performance this tournament on Dust 2 against G2. It was clearly mapped out. They had a clear game plan. They stuck to it, and they really just mangled G2. So I'm expecting big things here on this map from NiP. It is still early days. And while this is certainly a way to adjust.
That is a noble push. A brazen push from Searson. Straight down suicide with the AWP to hold an angle on short. And he may be rewarded with a peak. They weren't expecting that, were they? Just not where you're expecting an AWP these days.
Not at all.
Costly lesson for Ninjas in Pajamas. Take nothing for granted. And maybe a hard read in the first buy round, and maybe this is something that they've seen that Ninjas in Pajamas like to do. Now, how do you respond? Very early 4 versus 5. NiP had shorts as a priority for their hold. You can see Device creeping towards long now. Oh dear. Well, he's got some rifle support in Plopsky, as you can see. Falling back to the site now. A few insurgents spotted in the mid position. So it seems that bigger posturing for a split of the B bomb site, and the third player will head towards A in res. Oh, that's an important duel. Holding on to long. Device is in such an awkward position, completely blind. They must have seen him running down now. May have to rotate towards long if he can make it. Still just holding position for now. We've got a traffic jam, and Keto will be deleted. He can use that smoke to fall back into CT spawn. Big creeping towards the site, going for that short plant. Retake will be interesting. Plopsky deleted by USP of Searson. That leaves a 2 versus 3 for Ninjas in Pajamas. Xantares hiding behind a corner. He's got sound cues here. There could be grenades for him if there were any. Won't be needed though, because Xantares, which means headshots, which means 4-0 big.
Which means the peak performance in CSGO. Xantares locking it down. That looked so promising for NiP for a moment there when Big run out of grenades and they have yet to make it onto the bomb site, so no flash grenades to force the angles. It's all, you should feel like, okay, this is where it falls apart. But then NiP decides to rotate around to catwalk, and it just goes right into Xantares' hands, as we can see. So unfortunately for NiP, their first buy round is going to go against them. 4-0 lead now for Big. And while Big, these first few rounds have really conditioned NiP to worry about long early. 3 players towards long at the beginning of this round for NiP. And just leaving mid completely open. But it's looking like this is going to be Big really hitting this side of the bomb site, or this side of the map early.
Oh, ZTR's got a chance for one at the very least. He'll slow the focus on Hampus, but Hampus can't do any more with it.
I'm surprised at how early Big are going B, considering the success they've had on A long catwalk. For them to go B this early is interesting. Just going to really try and throw a wrench in things here for NiP.
Yeah, we'll see if they opt there on a buy round. An AWP has been collected by Plopsky. I'm not sure if he's got himself a knife upgrade or not, but I suddenly see a big M9 Ruby in his hands, along with the Emerald, which someone else has. Big chunky knives on the NiP side. But a big chunky score for Big. They keep the clean sheet for now, 5-0. Tabson made that one. Oh, that's nice to see if you're a fan of Big. Holy potatoes. Just a 1 bullet from Xantares. He's come into this one sharp as a butcher's pencil.
And he's going to have to be.
I don't know what a butcher does with a pencil, but if they had one, I'm sure it would be very sharp.
Indeed, yeah. He's got all those knives around.
Such, exactly.
And I just
Gonna make
it wouldn't be dull for long.
Yeah.
The fun thing,
have
though,
a respectful pencil.
James, is that Xantares is hitting shots, and that's always good to see. But the other guy that has been getting a lot of attention for Big is the man of mystery who doesn't have a camera, Searson. So Searson, 7 kills so far on this map. That is so important. He is an integral part of Big's game.
Yep.
He's been kind of wishy-washy lately. Not really sure if we can count on him to hard carry the way that he did a year ago, right, for Big. And we brought it up on the blind spot. tabseN didn't have too much of an answer apart from just, Searson is Searson. He likes to do Searson things. And so if he's shown up right out the gates here against NiP on this map, this is going to be terrific for Big. It bodes very well.
So we have a fight for position with flashbangs. AWP forced away at the mid doors. We must note that Hampers has a second AWP. The crouch peek from Keto is very cheeky indeed. You can see Hampers seeks revenge. Flashbang will allow an escape, and there's another 5 versus 4. We saw this in the last buy round as well. Ninjas in Pajamas on the back foot. They'll be heavily relying on his AWPs now. Jump spotted towards that short position. He knows another one was heading up towards Cat. But that's fine. It's part of the default is big players, or T players, in shorts. You see Device is very alone on the A bomb site. Plopsky has 1 flashbang, as does Device. They may have to support each other in that regard. But Plopsky does not know the climate outside the long doors. And Device has 3 players heading his way, soon to be 4. So they're really depending on these AWPs. The flashbangs are here. We got one on the low ground. Not sure if there'll be cover in time. There's Keto. Plopsky will trade though, hold down long, which allows for potential retake.
It does. That was key that he actually manages to get that trade kill. Because now they can try and work together. It's not the easiest thing. Hampus has got an AWP for this retake as well. Searson bold, but he knows he's going up against an AUG, so he has the advantage with this AWP. Willing to take that risk initially, at least to take a shot. But that's Tijan catching out ZTR already, and this should actually force Hampus back. Plopsky was already committed, I think, before he was able to get out of there. And Hampus isn't even able to save. So this is actually shaping up to be a terrific first map. Look at how pumped tabseN is getting. This is really shaping up nicely for Big. I mean, the key players that we talk a lot about are hitting shots. Searson and Xantares just going to work right now. Everybody feeling very comfortable on Big side. Whereas on NiP, the heavy hitters that we expect to see do big work for them have just not been really connecting at all. 0 kills on the board for Rez, 2 for Device. So a bit of a cold start here for the Ninjas. Didn't stop them from going for a hero AWP on Device this round though. Holy smokes. See if this works.
Got a fast take of long from Big. Now let's see what the response is from Ninjas in Pajamas. Plopsky is very deep in a short position, so he'll have a warning if it is to be a split. There is the Molotov for the car position, standing on the barrel, aim at the keyhole, and the jump throw, you're good to go. It's a nice flick from Device, and he's still alive, falls off. They're probably expecting to still be elevated, now they know otherwise. Rez trying to get towards Gandalf, perhaps. He's out in the open, actually. Hampers pushing in the meantime, running distraction. But it will be a man advantage and positional advantage, importantly, for Big Clan. And Molotov ahead of that smoke leaves Plopsky limited. Looking for a bomb planter. That's an important headshot. What? He's got 2 from that. That leaves tabseN alone with the Krieg. He has a great angle for it. And Molotov will tell a story. The trajectory will be spotted. And down they go. All of Big Clan eliminated for an unlikely first round for Ninjas in Pajamas.
What an overperformance from Plopsky. What? Big themselves are just got to be shaking their heads right now, wondering how the hell did they lose control of that situation. Plopsky at range, 2 kills with the MP9. Get out of here, making it look like a rifle. That is ridiculous.
Really absurd. He gets 2 from that. Ever important Plopsky.
Nicely done here by Device, though. This flick, that was quick.
Yeah. Didn't even get a chance to say that Searson's looking very sharp. Actually, I feel like from all the POVs we've seen, everybody's starting this game hot. The score may say otherwise, but well, actually, let's have a look at Rez. He's somebody called out for being a very important player for Ninjas in Pajamas recently. Still looking for his first kill on Dust 2 on the CT side. And the classic Ninjas in Pajamas roster in a best of 3 series, they would say start on the T side of Inferno first in the first map as a warm-up, to then move into the stronger side. So we'll see what they bring into the T side of Dust 2. But first, we need some rounds while they defend. And again, they go straight into a 4v5 situation. I feel like every buy round has been this. You see a fumbled smoke on the door, but There's no harm done. Again, a take of the short position. We've got to focus now on long from Ninjas in Pajamas. And a minute 10 for Big to work with.
That's an unfortunate miss there from Hampus. That would have been brilliant to bring it back to a 4-on-4. And then once again, Keto straight through onto ramp. Device has been clever, changed it up, but what a brilliant take. Plofsky has no way to know that he is getting flanked there. Device can't communicate that to him because if Device is flashed, there's a smoke in his face. He can't see what's happening on Catwalk there. And so Plofsky is just going to get bopped in the side of the head. And Big, they are feeling so good about this Catwalk take, about this long hit. Feels like they go long, they go Catwalk. Both ways are just working perfectly for them.
Yeah, I feel like they may do this until Ninjas in Pajamas give them a reason not to, and then they may do it again straight afterwards, or perhaps with a slight change. Hampus, like the rest of his team, has nowhere to hide, nowhere to go, and no help, it seems. They are being completely outmaneuvered by Big Clan.
Once upon a time, this would have been a complete and utter disaster for NiP. Being reset back down to 1,400. Now we still have the loss bonus online here for NiP, so they will have money to buy. It will be touch and go for ZTR and Rez. But Hampus can afford to drop an AWP for a teammate if he wants. For Device can even just buy an AWP for himself. But I'm glad that we're getting a tactical timeout called by NiP here, because I think that they really do need to kind of slow down the pace, or at least take a breather and get their heads in this game. Because right now it just feels like Big have just got their game plan set. What I like about both of these teams, and this was the impression that I had watching NiP play against G2 on this map, is that they also had a game plan that was set. Like, this is what we're going to do in the first 5 rounds of the half, right? And if we win the pistol, this is what we're doing. If they anti-eco, this is what we're doing, right? It felt very thought out, and I'm getting the same vibe here from Big, where it's just we're just going to keep hitting long and Catwalk over and over again until they give us a reason not to.
Oh, that's a slow crouch peek into a definitely angle. And
Rez
again,
recovered the AWP at least.
Yeah, that was a rough one. Oh boy, this is looking like, I don't know, simulation versus bots at the moment, which isn't meant to be an insult from Ninjas in Pajamas, but more so about how completely outplayed they are being. I'm not sure about that peak though. After the flashes on the corner, it was a bit late, I feel. But I suppose risks have to be taken in a round such as that. The full buy will come through for Ninjas in Pajamas. But yeah, more I'm speaking to the strength of Big. They're just about this life, you know. They're just in full control from start to finish. There's full momentum and no breaks.
Well, is this the resurgence of Big that we've all been waiting for, right? Because feels like they've been down in the doldrums for so long now. You know, certain players that were reliable before no longer really hitting their shots. But if they've succeeded in getting those guys fired up again, I mean, Xantares, I mean, even Tabson, wow, they're actually so even across the board now for Big. It's like the one ship at the beginning that kind of, you know, was floating up there, Searson and Xantares, the rising tide. With those guys, they're just bringing everybody along with them. Everybody's hitting shots on Big. There is no weakness for NiP to exploit, whereas we're still waiting for Rez to get on the board.
Chain flashes. Tabson's one will be for anybody behind the door, I suppose. But the one Searson's throwing is the one you need to learn at home. Get your jump throw scripts on the go. But now we can have some counter flashes for ZTR as he peeks from the ramp position. Won't help him. The AK is being completely abused. And that's one thing you have to bear in mind. It's just a different level of confidence when you're swinging into CTs wielding an AK-47. And again, Ninjas in Pajamas could potentially do this when they move into the second half. However, they can't do that with one round. They need to find success, and they're just being wrecked. They're getting 4 versus 5 in round after round, buy round after buy round. They're always on the back foot. And when that happens, there's no response to doing the standard stuff. You lose long, you hold short. But they're simply getting wrecked, and Device will need a big multi-frag here. Moving into the second one, lands on Xantares. Are there any flashes for him? Scopes, but no shots on the third attempt. Hampus falls back for the retake. Now, Plopsky, if he can get there close enough, fast enough, which he can't, he has an incendiary to try and stop a bomb plant. We have the double stack bomb plant being made. Hampus on 30 HP. I'm sure that incendiary will be used somewhere to limit the positions for Big. Could even be used on Big Box. Now they know someone's there. Oh boy. Gross peek from Tabson, and they move into a crossfire situation. Plopsky trying to find something. 97 HP won't be enough. 9-1 will be the score for Big.
Tabson is just styling on him with that Krieg. I think he's the only one who's using the Krieg pretty much every round when he can afford it. I don't know. Do you know any other players using the Krieg right now? Because I can't think of a single player
Particularly.
who's just using the Krieg consistently.
Not consistently, for sure.
So Tapson, just sick to see him still going for it, and why not? It's working wonderfully for him. He's clearly confident. This is going to be a half buy coming in here from NiP, in the hopes that they will be able to full buy in the next round. And they will. They will. But as far as Big are concerned, right back out to long we go. There's still no good answer for NiP, apart from just giving up long completely. And so now Big, with a minimal investment on their side, they get to just stroll right on up to the A side if they so please.
So we've seen anti-ecos towards B. We've also seen him towards A with Mac 10s and such. No such luck on this occasion. Searson swing and a miss. Flashbang to take the angle. Reminds me of Cobblestone. On that long channel, flashes over the top from sniper to sniper just to post up.
Yeah, I remember that. That was the meta for a while.
Yeah, I honestly don't understand the constant threads about Cobblestone coming back. Bring up some new maps. That's what I say. Well, we have Ancient now.
There you go. You have Ancient.
Very green, green, green.
Yeah, it's as if the new cache wasn't green enough.
Yeah, I think in that respect, people need to chill with the green about things which are overgrown or aged. Cool, but let's not make it super green. I think we've learned that.
What do you mean? All these new skins are, they're not all green.
Like the maps, the aged maps.
No, I know. I know what you mean.
Yeah,
I'm just saying, like, if you use the new skins, you find those spots, like those bushes, and you can just sit in and be completely camouflaged.
Never mind the spots. It's the entire map of Ancient.
Exactly. It's
Stand
all green.
anywhere with a green CT skin, and it's GG.
Can we just get a bunch of, like, nice nuke-colored maps, gray, white, off-white, where things just kind of pop.
Bring back the Arctic Avengers skin while you're at it. I'm waiting, Valve. Arctic Avengers need them in the game. They've got the sticker in the game of Arctic Avengers. But anyway, lots of avenging to be done by ninjas in pajamas. They have not been offered any respect in this game of Dust 2 thus far. Well, Tizian's by blue, and he has 0 support. He is entertaining, though. Pay attention to this. They've left him to die, basically. Yes. 3 players towards A, trying to deal with him. Meanwhile, the push comes in towards the B bomb site. He is the sacrificial lamb, and the Assault Bay may be ready for him. In the meantime, the B bomb site's been taken.
If you're NiP right now, you just gotta be like, what can we do? Nothing works. They eventually kill Tizian, but again, that was all part of the plan. Big Clan are just feeling so confident now in this play, and I feel like, man, the weird thing is that I have the sneaky suspicion that it would have been the same thing if NiP were on T side. That both, like, whoever started T would have just a huge advantage on this map.
Vice just got domed. Sorry, carry on.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. Rez, Plopsky, taking these fights. Tapson gonna find him. Plopsky should be able to. Oh man, that was way too close. 1v3, and he is fully boxed in. He's got nowhere to go. Going to get executed by Zantares in a second here. Zantares coming over the top. There it is.
Nothing taken into the next round.
11-1, Bardolph.
Yeah.
Who'd have called this? Not I.
This was a great round from Big. I was really excited by this run. I could see what was happening. Like, I was like, God, why has he just been left alone? Hold on a second. Because they have to deal with him. They have to, because you would expect him to have support, etc. So you're going to stay there with extra forces. Oh, we've got the plate. Okay, it's a different one too, actually, what I was thinking. Where you've got the scout at the doors and everybody runs up, but they've got multiple scouts and an MP9. So it's a variation, let's say.
Searson is, he should be proud. They're treating him as if he was hacking. This is how you deal with hackers on Dust 2. You just peek mid with 5 scouts and just kill them.
Oh, Searson manages to escape, and again, just running completely hot. While this slaughter happens, I will say, if you're a fan of M9 knives, all they're missing is an M9 fade on all these players, and you've just got like a great collection of M9s. You've got Law, you've got a Ruby, you've got an Emerald, you've got the Crimson Web on device. It's like, at least that, while it's a complete smash from Big, I'm appreciating that. You've got M9s everywhere.
You've got your priorities straight, Bartle.
Absolutely, yeah. I like shiny things.
You're like a magpie. Is that what it is?
Yeah.
To be fair, your desk is like a stash of just different an assortment.
It's like a gift shop for nerds. Well then, we've got a big challenge on long, literally. And in the meantime, again, they're going to try and catch him out of position. They invest one man. But this time they've got a lurker in Tabson. We'll see how that plays out later on. But for now, they've got to try and make their way towards this A bomb site. Tabson emerges now, and Rez will deal with him. He's ready, or is he? Searson is wrecking people. 17 for 3 and round number 14. I haven't seen a performance like this from him in a while. And it's not even the number of frags, but just the fashion in which he's getting them, the style, the confidence. It's fantastic.
I think Tabson took Maui's comments personally as well. We'll get into this in a second here. But let's see. Does he manage to pull this off? ZTR? No, unfortunately for him, Searson just obliterates him. You know, last night when it's like, why can't you just you take more fights, Tabson? Why can't you do better? Tabson right now is sitting at 17 kills, 1 assist, 5 deaths, right behind Searson, who has 18. So there you go. Tabson, even Tabson's in the mix right now, just banging heads off their shoulders. Xantares, in fact, hasn't gotten a kill in quite a bit of time, but I mean, his teammates are just doing the work, so he doesn't even need to worry about
getting
it.
the chance at this point. Oh no!
Let's
the
go.
Negev.
Let's go.
Tizian, what are you doing?
Maximum disrespect.
The armor penetration of that has been nerfed. I love this. I love the disrespect.
Just maximum disrespect.
Right?
They're clowning him.
This is outrageous. And it's fantastic. I'm excited. Searson now, I'm just going to stand in spawn and wreck everybody. This is an exhibition. What is that in Rocky, Hulk Hogan, when he's thunder lips? This is the level we're talking about here.
Ninjas in pajamas? I don't know. More like ninjas in a body cast after this happened.
Thunder lips versus ninjas in pajamas. 14-1, Apta dominance. We even see a Negev, a cameo appearance in the first half. What on earth will we see in the second? Find out after the break. I remember Sponge once described one team in a match as getting absolutely fisted, and I think that's appropriate for what we're seeing at the moment. The long arm of Big Clan is looking to reach for 2 more rounds here, as they have a 14-1 scoreline at half-time, and NiP head towards B.
Spends a lot of time in Germany, doesn't he, Sponge?
He does, yeah. Tizian creeping through the tunnel. Well, that's some information. Tizian with 2. Xantares looking to pick up where his teammate left off. He can even fall back and take some range now. Searson is dropped finally. The beast has been slayed. 21-4-4 is Searson. Unstoppable on that T side. Let's see what he can do on CT. 1 spotted by the car and 2 by the mid doors for Ninjas in Pajamas. Rez with a P250 looking to claim back some self-respect here in this second half. Let's not forget the negative we saw at the end of the first, and it's Rez left in the clutch now. 1 versus 3. Probably goes for bad plant. Goes for long plant instead. Got some elevation, he's all right, but for how long? The cavalry is coming through. Takes one in the face, that's a nice tap for Rez. He's got 2 more to find now. 1 more, Xantares just needs a headshot. Oh, there it is, Rez, he's clutched it. Well, there's a chance. There is a chance. He's super happy with that one. High pressure situation, and there are smiles on the faces of Ninjas in Pajamas despite getting slapped from round to round in the first half.
Oh, Rez's grin says it all. These guys, I mean, this is just one of those maps where at the end of the day, you get a few more rounds in it, you're just going to get your head a little bit more in it. I mean, the beauty of CS is that it's not over until it's over, obviously. And NiP have got 2 chances, so we'll see. Even if Big were able to pick up a round, it is not done just yet for NiP. NiP now get to go into their game plan, and it's actually a very quick long take coming in from NiP. Nicely done there by Tapson. Oh my Tapson! Well then, got it over with quick.
Your opponent's just having a really good day.
Sometimes you just get hard countered. Big were so ready for that long push. Tapson just getting pumped. But Big were so ready for that long push, they just knew what was coming. Big were also very ready for NiP's pistol towards the B side. They knew what was coming there as well. And so now, I mean, what are we going to see here from NiP? Deagles and Kevlar is all they can afford. A couple of smokes. And ZCR looking for the shot. Not going to find it.
I haven't seen somebody get clapped like this since my last visit to WorldStar.
That is a reference and a half. Nice shot. I mean, is that what is that what they're shouting? You know, the coach.
They should. I think Big should start shouting WorldStar when if they close this series out. But we still have 4 Deagles on road. We've got HEs heading towards the site. You know they're going there. Well, maybe that one needs some practice. Some peppering from Tizian. Okay, hold on a second. This one's getting out of hand. More Desert Eagles now for both squads. They know that there's a bomb planter on the site. These 1-digs are just so continuous. Does Tizian have a chance to even throw the incendiary? He does not. The brutality persists in both directions. The war of attrition, the carnage.
The beatings shall continue. Sorry, Lex, you're going to have to stay on there a little while longer. Tough. He's already heading out. Already heading out. He sees that map point, just standing at the desk. What a pro. Well, as far as Big are concerned now, what can you do? Just save some money. Yeah, I like this, actually. We'll just have Tapson investing a little bit in this round. But this is pretty much a hard eco coming out here from Big. They just want to buy up in the next round and try and snuff NiP quick. Don't let NiP get too much confidence out of this. If NiP start putting some rounds on the board, if they start getting some fight going, you know, you just want to end it right here if you're Big.
Easily avoided. Tapson slayed. We'll see if self-respect can be regained for Ninja Pajamas, at least score-wise.
Nice from Xantares. Good find. Gonna back off and save that. I really appreciate it. This is very nicely done. Save the AK. No reason to throw it away. Now you have an AK for the next round. In the hands of Xantares, that can be lethal.
I can't even count all these 1-digs. I cannot count them. I've seen so many today, but just in this one map. This is kind of nice.
Discussion. Do you want the Galil? Should I save the Galil? Who wants the Galil? Okay, I'll take it. I'll take it. Tizian looking. He wants to earn his rifle.
Match point every round. Game point, sorry.
Okay.
Just got to hear that noise at the beginning of every round. You lose this, you're done.
Da-da-dum.
But they've all been here before. We've all been there before.
We have, and we've seen crazy comebacks in the past as well, specifically on this map. Dust 2. perfectly capable of running it back here in IP. The well-orchestrated T side with the game plan, they can definitely do it. So nice couple of digs, but here we go. Full buy on both sides. Galil and AK saved by Big in the last round, but now Searson's got his AWP. And we can see what do NiP have in store for us now. Shot across, nothing there for Device. And very static stuff coming in from NiP, in fact. No rushes. Just holding to see if Big were going to get aggressive this round.
He's expecting it. He's expecting it. He was waiting for them to do exactly that. And there was a chance for 2. Rez left with 12 HP. How about that, though?
That is nice.
The J angle. Xantares trying to rotate towards the A-bomb site and being punished for doing so. The patience will pay off for Ninjas in Pyjamas. Plopsky with the bomb will go to join his teammates, it seems.
Oh, and they're going
Are they
to
going to
push
head
right into Searson.
long?
They're going to push right into Searson. But if the spacing is good, Searson only gets 1 kill. Yep.
Down to the
No
Deagle
way.
as
No
well.
way.
I can't believe it. There's 1 minute on the clock now, and this is awkward for Device. Walking up, Searson will spam Device on 45 HP. Switches up for the M4A4. Kito's going top mid, and so is Device. Oh, hello. Some dancing. Now, does Kito want to finish the match here? He can fall back and head elsewhere. Keeping an eye on things. This is so awkward. T-spawn for Device, and the dancing continues. Down to 21 HP now. Both need 1 bullet. Device will be the one to get it. Nothing is for free in this game.
Man, I actually believed in Searson for a second there. That was outrageous, him getting the 2nd kill on Plopsky.
Big seems to have NiP's number. I can't see them doing this, and I wouldn't normally call that out, but just the way Tabson reacted to that smoke on the door, for example, he just puts himself into anti-flash position and swings as they do. And they still have to go through the smoke. They seem to know exactly what NiP's playbook looks like on Dust 2, so we'll see how that changes. It's pistols again for Big as they swing outside.
Brutal HE into long, though. Tags up Hampus and ZTR, makes him vulnerable. They'll have to be a little bit careful. Kito's pushed the smoke, no fear. Push straight into Upper Dark. Hampus, however, out on the flank as he usually is. We'll be spotting for this kind of play. Yep. Oh, wow, he's so fast, dude. Kito, that's crazy. Hits that shot. Hampus down to 10 health. But they are going to move on up to the A site, and we should get the bomb planted here in a moment for NiP. No, still another chance, though, for Big to save some guns here. If they can get away with a couple AKs, that would be wonderful. Not going to happen, though. NiP doing a good job of defending themselves, and as I say, that Device is going to get bopped.
Uh-oh.
But there should be no way out. There should be no way out for Searson.
Oh, well, he's put an Afro on the bomb.
Oh, so sick. Nice
Going
try.
for the major play. 10 seconds would be a long diffuse. But I love the audacity. I love it. Well then.
I like him just trying to make it more and more expensive.
9 rounds in a row required for Ninjas in Pyjamas. Big up, back on the bite. Another test rears its ugly head like a gopher.
Like a groundhog. Shot. No.
Ooh, jumped straight over.
So
Again.
close.
152 is Botolph's recommendation for a shot through the smoke, should you choose to do that. Tabson with a swing. Things not going the way they were in the first half now. Momentum continues with NiP. The pace remains fast.
Well, you're in this situation if you're NiP now. You've just got nothing to lose. Play fast, play loose, and just get aggressive. Because playing a slow default game, I mean, it should favor Big. And yeah, Hampus going to get caught. He's usually on the flank. Big should know this. 2 players on the B side here for Big. And Xantares, what is that? Just gets completely run over, caught out.
I want Rez's config.
You do?
I do.
Why is that?
Too good. At least on the T side now.
At least on the C. I was about to
I mean,
say,
they all got
'cause, you know, that
smashed, in
CT
fairness.
config,
If the whole
maybe.
team's getting smashed, it is what it is, but I think we could alternate configs per side.
There you go. It's like knives and gloves.
Yeah.
Got your different combos.
But now that Big are losing, who do we go? Maybe Searson. Searson config CT side, and then Rez config T side. Sounds good to me.
I can get behind that. 24 kills for Searson so far.
Do you remember, you know, you have a French background, right? Do you remember somebody on Reddit many years ago, they made a thread, right? about Scream's config, because I think he was using like QZSD for instead of WASD, and a guy on a like a UK American keyboard was using QZSD, and he's like, oh, it feels really good, not realizing that Scream's keyboard is not QWERTY.
It's the French QWERTY.
And yeah, and his fingers must have been all messed
Dude,
up.
what is that guy doing? That's peak insanity.
It's fantastic. Right? Look at where QZSD are on the keyboards, like.
That's amazing.
It's like, I've been trying Scream's config, and you know, I'm getting used to it, and it feels good, man. Like,
No way, dude. You're out of your mind.
Let's go.
That's amazing, though, dude. Like, the thing is, you know, if that guy could play that way, just imagine if he goes back to WASD, he's just going to be bopping
He's
everybody.
going to be a beast.
That's amazing. At some point, you have to realize, like, man, this really hurts.
Right.
Well, it's like some guys, like, the way they hold their mouse also. Like, Swag, the way he holds his mouse, it just gives me tendonitis looking at it, just looking at it, right? And so, you know, to each their own. Dude, I thought he hit that.
Me too. Well, then here we go. Big, they need one round, and they've failed at it multiple times. Got a very quick take of the short position. The rifle will be collected. They'll rotate elsewhere. There are actually flashbangs potentially for a long play here, so Ninjas in Pajamas could be in further trouble.
What? Oh, he starts moving before he takes that shot. That's really unfortunate device. This is just some Mad Lad material, though.
Almost.
They see that smoke, and they are ready for it. ZTR just putting some shots through.
Yeah, Searson's got to fall back now. There's no second smoke. There's no second smoke for the cross. There is a second smoke. There it is. Ignore everything I just said.
It took a long time to get going, but they were there. Flopsky with a beautiful shot to open things up, though. That's Zantaris out of the fight. And they are getting bullied back. Big, not finding the kills. ZCR takes Tabson. And now we're left with Tito and Searson, and even Searson going to get caught in Gandalf. No way out.
Seems the CT side is not the one on Dust 2 today. Ninjas in Pajamas continue to come back.
This would be, well, no, hold on, we're not going to get ahead of ourselves here, Bardolph.
There's just one slip up. It's like if the CTs make the right play in one round, like, I don't know, they boost on a full buy on short or something, let's say kill 2 people, that's all that's required, technically speaking, for the cards to fall down for Ninjas in Pajamas. Just, it doesn't even need to be an error per se, but it's just they make a play and Big make a different play. Just one round.
Does ZTR hold on to this auto snipe? No, he doesn't. Okay, then. Had a lot of money, did he? Nice shot there from Searson to kick things off, though.
Right then. 4 versus 5 for Ninjas in Pajamas. It was a common issue for them in the early rounds on the CT side. They'll have to turn things around.
Now they head over to B, perhaps in hopes that ZTR connected bullets with people as they tried to cross. Zantaris and Keto completely giving up the bomb site, though, to focus on mid. Keto's just now making his way back. They clearly thought there was going to be some kind of play for info out here from NiP. Smoke for the CT side is now just going to go down here from Plopsky. Standard B split smoke.
With only one lurker in mid and that incendiary down in the halls, that certainly helps Big for a few seconds at least. But indeed, there are just the 2 players in towards this B bomb site. Here comes the execute now, creeping around the smoke and the mollies. We've got him trying to make a crossfire, but surely the numbers game overwhelms. Keto's still alive somehow. There could be some flashbangs on the way. Once Thiessen's the only one with one. Well, 1 for 1 they go. Going for the fast plant of the bomb now so they don't get caught with a CT push.
Very
That's
nice.
been completed. Ziklopski by the car. Oh, ZTR. Thought he was done for. Tizian now, he knows one is near double stack, but he knows he's walking into a double peak as well. If he goes wide to the back, he could potentially avoid it. Switching out some grenades. Ziklopski has to land that one! Oh my god, 5 HP for ZTR. It's that close as NiP get another round on the board. You can see him wiping the sweat from his brow. That was a hairy one. He did mess up a little bit there.
Quad kill for ZTR in that round. The young gun stepping up when his team needed him. That is fantastic work from him. And Big right now maybe need to start throwing some curveballs here, at least in this B setup. It's very consistent that they don't hold from plateau at all. They're almost always on the site. We're trying to set up some kind of crossfire from the bomb site. And so NiP feels like they can just kind of focus almost entirely on the bomb site as they push through. They don't even need to look plateau. Could be a way for Big to throw things out of whack here as Keto is rotated all the way over towards Long in this round. This is an eco round coming in for Big, so not expecting too much. Santaris, he's going to get some action.
Oh, well then.
3 shots, 3 hits.
Yeah, there's a HP grenade, but no flashes for these choke points. So, oh, timing. Awkward. Oh my god. What could happen though? Tizian is still a ways away, coming in from B tunnel. However, look at Device. There could be a timing here, especially if Device right-clicks to one scope. Turning around now. Oh, look at the tunnel. Pulls out the Deagle. Tizian crouches. Oh my god, I can see the disaster. And so close. Just needs one. Not yet though. NiP continue the run.
Fighting back round after round. 15-10 map point for Big. It's been a lot of map points. Back to back to back. And well, this was Antares with 3 shots, 1 kill. So unfortunate that Tizian doesn't actually look right. Doesn't check the well. But Device gets the drop on him, and that leaves us in an awkward spot. But we're going to get the double AWP now in play here for Big. And there's the opening kill from Keto. On the cross, catching Device, running down Suicide. There's a reason why we name it that.
Hampus making his way down now with a very strong flash, and there's a big focus towards the B bomb site from Ninjas in Pyjamas. And again, Big have 3 towards B, but Tapson's repositioning. We'll keep an eye on that on the radar. Ninjas in Pyjamas moving away for now. Or are they? Again, it comes down to making the right play. 5 versus 4 advantage for Big, and they've got a AWP at the back of the B bomb site. So if it is to be that, this may spell the end for the comeback run from Ninjas in Pyjamas. Hampus lining up a smoke for the B doors. There's pop flashes. We've got a combo meal deal. They're lining up though for Keto. He must have done enough, surely. ZTR and Hampus remain committing to the B bomb site now. Still have a late rotation. They've got a 2 versus 2 on this bomb site. And the trades are here. Hampus 1 versus 2. He's got 1 minute to try and make this doable for Ninjas in Pyjamas. Heading towards an instant bomb plant. Searson and Tizian now. Plenty of incendiaries to be deployed. Creating some space now with some flashes. Swinging in. Hampus. 1v1. He has to land this. Otherwise, it is done. Tizian just waiting for the eventual peak. And there is the headshot. That's been a long time coming. Big finally do it. Just needed the 1 round, and they get there in the end. A noble comeback from Ninjas in Pyjamas, but boy, the road was long.
It was indeed, and it would have been exceedingly rare for it to go the distance and for us to have to go to overtime to settle this. But Big, not going to let go of it. They will win their map pick. That is them up 1-0 now in this series.
I have never slapped an arse as hard as NiP got clapped in that first half. A noble comeback, but they couldn't repeat the success. Thoughts at the desk after the break.
Blink and you'd miss the first half of Dust 2, a 14-1 lead for Big as they were heading into the second half. NiP do manage to claw back a few rounds to make it a bit more of a respectable scoreline, double digits on the cards, as the map does fall in the favour of Germans, 16-10. But I think we've got to start off by talking about this T-side. I don't think any of us were expecting Big to be coming this hot out the gate in the first half.
Yeah, I mean, the three-letter throwdown between NiP and BIG is it's going off to a hot start, but really this was all one-sided. You know, Semler was chastising me during the pregame segment, talking about how NiP was just going to be running over Big. You know, close. Just had the first letter mixed up. It's okay. It's Big that actually got it done, and wow, holy crap. It looked like this was going to be over in like 25 minutes, and it would be already into the second map. And instead, you did get to see a little bit of a comeback from NiP.
Yeah, the first half was a total speed run for Big. They just felt so comfortable in all their procedures, and that's what you'd expect for a team who was #1 in the world, with Dust 2 being one of their home maps last year. So the second half, though, a little bit of a different story. I think that NiP showed that they still had a lot to give in this game, and when they pushed Big, Big had a lot of holes, like you were saying, Lex.
Yeah, honestly, I expected Big to honestly close this out after, you know, Eco on the second round or whatever it was. It just seemed like there's just no hope for NiP in the series, but really there was some comprehensive takes on the T side and some convincing wins that make me think NiP is definitely not outclassed in this matchup, you know, individually, but beyond that, they're here to play today.
Yeah, maybe we should take a little bit of a deeper look into the T side of Big and question exactly how they were able to get that many rounds up on the board. What did you see as being the real difference maker that stopped NiP from really putting up a solid defense at all?
I mean, I'll take my analyst hat off for a second and just say they started shooting back, which is a great start. I mean, you had, I think it was like Rez, Hampus, ZTR, all with under 3 kills after the end of the first half, which, like, sorry, there's no other way to put it, but that's just not going to cut it, right? Like, you're not doing enough individually or as a team. It's a complete failure across the board. But, I mean, we saw there at the end that the scorelines were, in terms of individual performance on the side of NiP, it was respectable. It seemed as though they were really hitting all their shots and winning their duels on T side. And I think NiP was doing a good job of exploiting solo players around the map from Big. Tabson so many times was getting traded out instantly. And rotations on Dust 2 can be such a long travel time in between the bomb sites. And it seemed like NiP was just exploiting that and being ready to execute it. B, you know, at the drop of a hat was paying off big for them.
Yeah, if it weren't for that phenomenal first half for Big, this could have been really scary for them. But I got to give credit to Big and their flash procedures. I was looking at the live stats as this game was going on, and I think Big, after the first half, had something like 15 flash assists, and that's just a bonkers number. Like, usually in a normal game, I'd say you could maybe have 7 to 10 maybe for a team by the end of a whole map, but to have 15 or so in the first half, it just goes to show how well-oiled of a machine Big are on Dust 2. When they're doing those cat takes, they are constantly throwing support flashes into the site to start things off, and then ones over the players as they're entering and rounding the corner, and when they're going out long as well, they're not even getting remotely blind, but NiP are fighting just a blind battle. They're just randomly spraying smokes, and they don't know what's happening, but Keto, on the other hand, he's just like, all right, you guys don't even know what's going on right now, do you? Okay, that's easy pickings.
It was an impressive T-side performance, man, and I'm sure we're going to bring it up, but I'll just segue right into it. Dude, Searson showed up in a big way in the first half, man. I mean, Dust 2 gets pretty easy when every other round it's like you're getting a pick on the cross.
Yeah. Yeah, Searson was just sensational in that first half. I think it was it 19 kills?
He had 19 or 20.
Yes.
Yeah, him and Tabson were both fragging the F out on T-side.
Both were going crazy on it. Tabson was throwing flashes for people, but he was still finding so many kills too. But yeah, Searson, all in all, was just phenomenal. Like you said, he just was finding kills on the cross, finding kills as they were moving up cat. Sometimes he had the best long spawn, getting the frag there. I mean, everywhere he went, it's like everything he touched, it just died. Just like anyone from NiP that even got remotely close to him just stared into the eyes of Medusa and were frozen. They're just gone.
And you alluded to it kind of jokingly before in our pre-game segment. You know, you said that Searson, you felt it in your waters that this was going to be his lights-out performance against Device. But actually, it really turned out to be. We didn't really see too much of Device, particularly in that first half as well.
I don't know how I don't know why I came up with that, honestly. No,
It's okay.
but honestly, Surson though, like the way he was able to just manhandle Device in this game was like no one could have really called that the way it happened exactly how it did. I mean, I just kind of had an inkling of a feeling that he was going to step up because he's kind of had an uncharacteristically slow start to Flashpoint 3. But eventually, players that are in the top 10 of HLTV's list, with Surson being 9th last year, he's not going to just fall off the face of the earth. That's just actually not possible. Like he has to have something in him still, and I'm glad this was a game for him because Big, they actually needed it.
Absolutely. And I think, since the start of Flashpoint 3, we've been here, and that's one of those storylines for Big that we keep touching on. It's like, is Searson going to show up? Is he going to perform? Is he going to be the beast that he usually is? And, to my, I don't even think at one time in this tournament have I been like, wow, that was a world-class performance out of Searson. Not that he's had bad games or like an overall terrible performance, but he just hasn't taken over a half the way that we just saw him take over Dust 2 against NiP.
Yeah,
Hard carry.
Exactly, yeah, that's
real.
what we're used to as well. And I love that you touched upon Tabson too. He was a bit of a talking point coming into this one, questioning whether we needed to do, or he needed to do rather, what Launders was saying of playing a bit more like an arsehole. It was good to have a discussion about that, but he just didn't really need to at all. Like, I think that's what is so crazy about Tabson, is seeing that form resurge from him once again.
Yeah, and honestly, he even said it himself yesterday. He's like, I've thought about, should I play more like an asshole? I've thought about it. It's crossed my mind. And like that to me is like, he's very self-aware of his role within a team. And obviously today you said it, Maui. He's flashing constantly for his teammates, and they're good flashes. They're successful. And obviously when your T side is that potent, it's not as though, this is just a stat that really doesn't have any context. You had a 14-1 scoreline enemy flash assist to, was that 14 or something you said, Maui?
He had 8 total for this game.
Personally, he did.
8
That's
flash
insane.
assists for Tabson. So.
And you put that on top of, 20-something kills in the first half for yourself.
What more do you want?
It's impressive.
Yeah.
So do you think, in terms of just looking back on that first half as well, because I feel like we've kind of picked up on multiple strands that we were questioning from Big coming into this, do you feel like all the pieces of the puzzle just kind of came together for Big on that T side?
Yeah, I really thought that this was going to be Big's map from the outset, considering this is their, this is almost their home map, and if you're willing to play Big on this map, you got to be bringing something. So I did expect them to take it, but I didn't think we'd see the dominance that we saw there.
Well, we're going to flip on over to the second half and take a look at a specific round that you have picked up on Lex. So what are we taking a look at in this replay?
Yeah, we're sitting here singing the praises of Big, but it would be unfortunate, man, if we just went here and talked about how bad NiP was on their CT side, because there was some flashes of brilliance here, and really this is a mid-round call, man down in a round 24, Big's up 15-8. NiP can make no mistakes, and you've already lost Rez here. And what they're going to like to do is they're basically executing into the B bomb site late in the round. And really what I wanted to highlight in this clip was ZTR, who came into this second half, I think, with 3 kills or something. He's at 9 here in this clip, but he picks up a massive 4K, and it's all off the back of an unlikely entry to begin with. I mean, it's about to unfold here in just a moment. You guys can see for yourselves, but it starts with a lurk smoke, some good flashes, and good utility usage, much like Alan highlighted in the pre-game segment. But it's this pathing from ZTR, Maui, that's impressive to me.
Yeah, it's very similar to what Alan showed. I think the mollies might almost be the exact same, actually. I think one is a little bit different, but all in all, like you're saying, Lex, like ZTR has these moments in games where I begin to believe in him as a player, and it's almost kind of like his performance on NiP thus far with this roster has been shaky, to say the least. He had a great debut against Astralis, but after that has been averaging something like a 0.8 rating for the team in the last few months, and that's actually not really acceptable to have a player on a top 15 team with a 0.88 rating unless they are strictly the IGL and they are providing a hell of a lot of tactics. ZTR, not even the secondary caller really for NiP at this point anymore, but he is actually delivering. When their backs are against the wall in clutch moments, I've seen him come up multiple times at this tournament and deliver them rounds that they really have no business winning other than just his phenomenal play.
Yeah, I mean, right there was a very, for Dust 2 especially, you're down on numbers, you're low on utility, and you have no map control whatsoever. You need an entry fragger to go in there, and whether it's up catwalk, taking the car duels and winning them towards A site, or it's going into B and finding the entries on the closet player and the door player. I mean, he was able to find 4 in that round, And it was all off the back of really what, I mean, I can't underscore it enough, just how difficult that is to do when your teammates are mollied off behind you and you're on your lonesome in the site.
You had to do it.
Done.
You had to get it done.
Well, the second map will, of course, be Overpass, which is NiP's pick, so maybe a chance for them to be redeeming themselves in this series. But before we delve into that, we've got a very exciting announcement. Flashpoint are launching NFTs featuring some of the artwork from our hype videos. You can collect your favorite players, and we're going to take a look at some more info with Monty.
We here at Flashpoint are excited to partner with Rally.io. Now you will have a chance to own a piece of history as we start the major cycle for 2021. You can head over to flashpointnft.gg, where you can buy a package that will combine a unique NFT with a holographic card of some of the players and artwork that we featured in the Flashpoint tournament. These pre-purchases are done on the Rally.io network through Flashcoin. Simply hit the link and you'll be guided through the purchase process for the combination NFT and collectible holographic card of your choice. Here's a sample of what our NFTs look like. Sexy parallaxing on the player, featured as a high-res MP4 and dark, ominous soundscape, so you can lose yourself in pixelized CSGO player glory. But this isn't just about the NFT. You'll also be receiving a collectible card of that NFT mailed to you. Every card printed is done with high-quality shattered ice holographic foil, encased in thick plastic and secured with magnetic lock, then sealed with a tamper-evident player name sticker to ensure your collectible hasn't been touched by human hands. Each NFT and holo card pre-sale is only $100 in Flashcoin, and that includes global shipping to wherever you live on the planet. Don't forget to put your full name and shipping address into your note field when you buy. Since we're going to be minting and printing all of these NFTs and cards at once, remember that you won't receive your card or NFT for 4 to 6 weeks until after Flashpoint 3 ends. By purchasing these collectible combos, you will be supporting Flashpoint, but you're also going to be supporting your favorite teams and players who have partnered with us. They will be receiving 50% of the revenues of all NFTs sold. Thanks for your support. We're really looking forward to offering you a unique collectible where you get a physical card in addition to your NFT to remember your favorite teams, players, and Flashpoint 3 artwork. Thank you very much.
Non-fungible tokens here at Flashpoint. You should be a non-fungible token.
What is a non-fungible token?
I
I feel like such a boomer when it comes to this sort of stuff, dude. I'm just
Well,
like, yeah, whatever, okay.
It should be like a similar card
Okay,
that people could buy.
okay. I'm about that. That's definitely something, you know?
You could even have different versions, right? You could have like hair NFT similar, beard but no hair NFT similar,
Okay,
gym NFT similar,
I'm down.
suit NFT similar. I mean, they're probably all in suits, apart from the gym, let's be honest.
But this one would be all, if you were to have one, we'd have like a scuba Bardolph. What else
Oh
would
man,
we have?
that'd be a long list.
There would be a long list for Bardolph
Drone
NFTs.
headset Bardolph,
Mm-hmm.
scuba Bardolph,
I mean, Bardolph at the range, Bardolph
the
behind the
tank.
wheel.
right? Flamethrower Bardolph.
Yeah. Bardolph driving a tank.
Yep. Some
Yeah.
other ones that are not public just yet.
You know who else is going to drive a tank?
Who?
NiP, right through this defense.
Oh, okay.
Quad stack in connector. Peek on short for info here from Keto. But we had 4 players for NiP moving on through connector, and there is a timing window here for them to hit. They're worried about walking into a trap again. They're just worried. They're so cautious.
Nobody wants to do that. And with Hampus in position on B short, exchanging some fire with Xantares, they'll head towards the A bomb site. Overpass is upon us, and Ninja's Pajamas will head up to the high ground here. Searson has a lot to do, and he's got some help. Lights one tap from him, being very patient, close in a second, but no cigar just yet. 3v3 now. ZTR collects the bomb. We've got utility being deployed. There's some cover from Hampus as the bomb is planted on Optimus. There's a kit for Tizian. Tabson's dead. There's a man advantage for Ninjas in Pajamas. Smoke's still up. They can't see them just yet. One lurking by long as well for the mostly Swedish squad. And it is Device. A great 180 from Tizian. Now Zentaras is left 1 versus 2. Traders here from ZTR, a big fight, a long drawn-out pistol round, but it goes the way of the Ninjas.
It does. There is the start that the Ninjas were hoping to get. And again, how many 1v1s are we going to be winding up with? How many clutch situations are going to happen? You know, NiP last time on that pistol, it was Rez who was getting his triple 1v3. This time around, it just barely goes the way of the Ninjas. And so, you know, cutting it very fine indeed. NiP when they're winning these rounds, but they got the job done, and that's what matters. Now they get to go into the buy. Big are going to go for the force as well. Searson straight up to Birthday, looking for his opening shot. Not going to find one, though. Smoke goes down, and so, unfortunately for Searson, no targets for him to shoot in the face.
Man, we should have put a picture of Freyr up there in the party area yesterday.
We should have. That would have been so smart.
Well, today we could put a woman unconscious on the floor. Just to explain that, by the way.
Yes, please do.
There was a woman next to our party who drank herself silly, was very aggressive with us. The police were called, she went outside and then just passed out on the floor.
Oh, okay. I see.
Yeah, so that was the thing.
So that's what you meant by it was a weird night.
That part was weird, yeah.
Yeah.
She was from Boston and she, well, hold on a second. Plotsky will surely be traded here by Zentares, and now there's a man advantage for Big Clan. And it will retain as the bomb is dropped to the floor. Device will make things even once more. There is time on the clock here for Ninja's Pajamas to work with, to play with, perhaps. There's an exchange of fire, and now Searson is stuck in the corner with 43 HP. Able to escape, actually, and maybe he's got a chance to isolate some fights. He pulls a Desert Eagle out. The bomb planted! Oh my days! He needs a headshot now. Down to 18 HP versus Rez. Seems he will consider the high ground, but that gives Rez the option to reposition as well. Awkward now for Rez. Searson scopes in, and Rez knows what is. The water sound cue is heard. Oh, he hasn't done that, has he? He hasn't just done that. He's done the simple to scout over the rail, and the one dig. Searson, what are you doing?
Oh, that was so cool. See, there's an NFT for you, Bardoff.
Oh my God.
That is so sick. And he even gets the nod from Hampus. Nice shot, Tizian. Oh, well, that's actually on the other side. So that was, you know, and then they're having a little bit of a back and forth, Dank Hampus. But what a clutch. Oh, I see. This is the jump shot. Okay, fair enough.
Wow.
That gets a nod as well. Some big plays, some gimmicky plays getting pulled off here by Big, but they're willing to pull out all the stops. And this is just disgusting.
That is stupid.
Well, that really, I mean, again, we're getting down to these 1v1s. And again, NiP this time, I mean, you can't win every 1v1. And so Big managing to pull off a massive upset there. Saving an AK for the next round as well. Feels good, man. And NiP, they've just gone Deagles, Kevlar, nades. They've gone for the force buy here in this round, and they're going up once again for the full-on group. Anti-meta these days is to, when you are on pistols, to go out long. And so Keto and Searson adjusting for this. We could have NiP walking into a bit of a spicy situation. AK in hands of Keto, though. Perfect flash. They line up, and they are just helping out as well. 2-for-1 trade.
Oh, I've seen this situation before. 2-for-1, yes, but a rifle is collected by a force buying team. You have to wonder if there is enough value in that for the team who have lost that AK-47. Seen these rounds lost plenty of times. Just in this week, actually, the lineup isn't close enough, and Device will be able to trade with the AK. And now, suddenly, the situation isn't so great for Big Clan.
Yeah, but Device has been body shot at least. So a body shot from Searson here with the scout will kill Device. The issue is that Hampus is now gathered up with his teammate, and they both have rifles. So this will be far more difficult now for Searson to pull off. Tizian is still lurking around on that B side as well. They're not sure which site the bomb is on. 18 seconds left on the clock. There's the molly into Bank. Searson now, he's got the line onto the bomb site with 10 seconds left. The bomb is going to get planted, and unfortunately for Searson, he is just not in the right place. Had a chance to get a shot onto Device. And now, well, it's going to be a very difficult clutch to pull off. Hampus is so smart as well. He ran out long. Plenty of audio cue there for Searson. Except that now he's rotated back around the restroom, and they're going to double up him and Device.
Ooh, there's a smoke in the hands of Searson, though, and Tizian has the kit. Now he needs to do this before the peak comes through. There's a HE grenade. Where is the smoke, though? Searson needs to drop the smoke. The only way they win this round is with the smoke. They're leaving it to the last minute. There's going to be some body blocking. He's on top actually, Searson. He needs to absorb the bullet shade. Oh, we're going to see another ninja defuse. Well, a defuse, not ninja. They know he's doing it. And another round stolen away by Big Clan.
I don't even.
This is a just an unusual day of Counter-Strike, if you will. It's just getting more and more out of hand.
Yeah, nothing really going according to plan here. I mean, NiP, the fact that this was a force buy to Deagles for them, keep that in mind. They managed to save this AK, take it back from Keto, pick up a rifle, and now we wind up on that A site. And then they don't get the lineup right to just cancel out that defuse. They did not know where the bomb was planted.
A lot has happened in 3 rounds here on Overpass.
Well, okay then, Xantares.
And they go all the way back.
Device just got smashed over here in Playground. So Hampus recovers a grenade, but he kind of wishes that he had his teammate, because now they're down a man. They do have enough grenades for a nice execute onto the B side if they wanted to hit that. Xantares has had time enough to rotate back down towards the lower site, though. So now we're going to get the weird plays. Boosting Keto up so that he can look into restroom. This is nasty stuff.
So you know it's possible to jam the train as it goes past with a decoy grenade. Until the decoy bursts, you can get the train stuck.
Really? Does the whole map just shut down at that point?
No, but it gets stuck for a while, then it continues eventually. I don't think it has a purpose in a professional match, though, but just wanted to note it.
I mean, it's painful enough when you see the train actually stop a bullet. I've seen that from the boost.
That's a very nice support flashbang. Not the result they were looking for. The trade may be enough, however, for a man advantage. The reload will be heard. They know one is closest and holding angles from short in the meantime. And Xantares, just constant pressure, will pay off with a headshot onto ZTR. Instant trade from Hampus. And now things get a little more difficult for the likes of Keto. Down they go. Back and forth we go. We continue to trade.
They knew where Tishin was the entire time. They heard him in water, and so no element of surprise for him when he decides to swing. That's definitely a free kill. Xantares pressing his luck with that spray as well, getting punished. I mean, this is all over the place, this match between these two teams. Very hard to get a read on it. It felt like Dust 2 was just a complete and utter disaster for NiP from start to finish. But here, I mean, this is NiP's home map, or at least it feels like their home map. They've been strong on it since ZTR joined the roster. They really went to Overpass when ZTR joined because it felt like a strong map for him as well. He was very comfortable on it. Nice flash. Oh, so frustrating. 8 HP, and now we need the shot. Oh, Keto.
Let him get the reload off.
No way.
And now he's got a rifle at position, and he gets exploded. Well, perhaps it's distraction, because in the meantime, Ninjas in Pajamas will make a play into the B-bomb site. One spotted in connector. ZCR in no man's land, taken up by the P250. The man advantage remains for Big, and you have to wonder if we're going to go back and forth once again. Tapson with the P250 and these headshots. This game is wild. This is round number 5. And it's so back and forth. It's utterly absurd. Rez won't win the duel with Xantares. And back and forth we go.
This is such a wild game. At this point, what can you even do? I mean, the guys are just going to get pumped up on Big side. NiP are going to keep feeling deflated that they can't seem to chain any rounds together. It's still a very weird game that we've got on our hands here at NiP. They're going to go for the force buy once more. This worked last time. Tapson. But this is going to be the force buy coming out here from NiP once again. And once again, straight out to Playground here for NiP. Smoke to block off the molly. Searson with the early peek. That's beautiful HE. Does a decent bit of damage. Decent bit of damage to Device and Rez. And so Big just showing a bit of presence here in mid. It's the minimum you can do is to just truck a couple nades in there, right? Just to make sure that NiP know that somebody may be here. Just don't want to see Big playing from the bomb site too much. If Device were to hit that shot, that would be ridiculous.
Yeah, the angle of Keto's jump is very deliberate, and the timing of this smoke grenade is beneficial for Big. Searson has decisions to make though afterwards. I like to move over this. Oh my god, I was liking it, but Hampus maybe expectant, using the terrain to get a solid headshot there. That was not what Big were expecting. But what have they seen? I'll tell you what they haven't seen, the bomb. Hampus fishing again, and tabseN chooses to engage. Such a hard situation, so much fishing with Desert Eagles these days. But you have to peek eventually, see what's going on. 34 seconds, Ninjas in Pajamas have decisions to make. Can see Device having a look at Connector, but nobody going downstairs. In fact, Xantares is rotating away.
Two flashes for NiP, and now you're playing on the bomb site. This is going to be very difficult to defend. So you can see how effective these flashes are, but the anti-flash is going in here for Big, trying to create a little bit of room. But yeah, tabseN gets nuked. Nowhere for him to go. ZCR finds Xantares. Searson needed to do the double. Gets both kills, and now Tizian, with 5 seconds left, is deciding to rush the site. It's a 1v1.
Oh my god.
So long as that bomb is getting planted, it's a 1v1, but Device wins the duel.
This match is actually insane. It is actually insane. Ninjas in Pajamas spent so much time just waiting for the CTs. They have to look for information. They have to see if NiP are closing distance on the bomb site. I want to say it was a CT smoke on the top of the stairs to make things awkward, but then there was a swing behind it, exposing to Long and taking another one Deagle. The Deagles prevail. The Deagles are everywhere. The Deagles determine the day. 3 rounds apiece, and the Force buys will continue.
This looks like a Christmas tree.
Searson will eat the flashbang, but let's see how far away he goes. He has some help in Connector, so can hang out for a little while. But he'll soon fall back. There's no time to rest in this game.
No, not at all. But the issue is that this game favors NiP. Big can't keep forcing round after round like this. On the CT side, eventually this is just going to cost you. Oh, nice. Barely goes right over Plopsky. This definitely, it's cheaper to fully buy on the Ninja side, on the T side, than it is on the CT side. And so if Big keep playing this game of force buys, it eventually will come back to haunt them. Device starting this map strong, at least with 10 kills. Him and Hamp is just going to work right now for the Ninjas. Identical start for a Big clan. Searson and Xantares sitting at the top for them to what we saw in Dust 2. Peek for it. Oh, no. Fresh smoke going down at Monster. He decides to hold on to that flash. I like it. Wait for the push to come through. 30 seconds left here for the Ninjas. They have to go on to B now. They're going to have to commit. There's no time to rotate elsewhere with the bomb back in T-spawn like this.
Consider trying to catch this push off guard. 20 seconds. Xantares starts to drop his flashbangs. He's got one more as well to really delay things, but the kills will go the way of NiP. 15 seconds now to Searson. Oh my god, how is he still alive? Dead now, of course. Keto 1 versus 2. He's swinging with an AK onto the site. Goes past the angle, but the bomb just about gets planted. Can they hold on to this one? Can they win a consecutive round? Keto's got the 1v1. He's pushing ahead of the Molotov, but Rez will shut it down. My god, the edges are small in all these rounds. But finally, they'll put Big into eco territory, and maybe things will calm down for just a 1 round.
This has to be it. This has to be the moment when Big decide, okay, we actually have to save this round. That's enough of the shenanigans. They're making it so expensive for NiP. They keep getting these kills. We keep going down to 1v1s, which is ridiculous. But I think the wise thing would be for Big to just go for the hard eco. And yep, they pretty much are. A couple of grenades picked up, but that is it. And you're going to get that AWP in Searson's hands next round. You're going to get a full buy next round. And so this is a good call on Big's behalf to just chill out and go for some shenanigans. And I like this. The aggro push top mid with the USPs. Had NiP been around here, you could have maybe gotten a gun off of them. But with NiP just running out onto the B site, that's fine as well. NiP, of course, fully aware of the situation. They knew that they were going to be running up against the USP hard eco. So a nice quick round here. NiP feeling good, making a little bit of money with the MAC-10. But this is going to be it now. Big clan with the big buy. Searson can finally get his op. We're just going to be a little light on the grenades. That's the one pain point here for Big. Not even picking up a kit. That's actually really interesting. Not a single kit picked up here for Big. They are just going to put a stop to whatever push comes through immediately.
That's not the smoke you normally see. Have a look at the CT play. They may be going through Monster here. Indeed they are. This is quite the combo. But keep an eye on NiP on the radar as well. Well, we've got some special junk coming out from Big. But what is the response? Ninjas in Pajamas charging up the long position, but have they seen this before? Is this something they know that they can react to correctly? We have the rotation from Big Clan as well. B is completely compromised as far as Ninjas in Pajamas are concerned. We'll see if they head there over time. At least they have clarified a lack of presence in the usual places. Long smoked off. But Big have got a stronghold now. Tabson's been left alone at short B. This is getting very interesting indeed. Searson posting up on long now as the grenade starts to rain in. There's a bomb spotted immediately. Plopsky wide swinging with the Max 10, looking for a second, finding it as well. Switching out for a new weapon. Searson has to be good here, but he gets deleted as well. Max 10s prevail on the A bomb site. Tabson out, looking for both the kills. I think he was about to get a default bomb plant there, unless I'm mistaken. It will be on the other side. The HE is on the way. Device on 5 HP. That could have been the 1 versus 1, but not quite. Got to be real careful about where he chooses to go now, looking for the trade frag as ZTR not showing just yet. It is planted for him. ZTR with no grenades. That smoke could be crucial, but there might be a gap. If it's close enough to the left side, there won't be. He's got a second smoke as well. Touching the bomb. He doesn't have a defuse kit. ZTR looking for tracers. On the reload as well, dropping off. He's chased by Searson with the USP, but this chase is surely going to win the round because he does not have a defuse kit. This is absurd. What is this? It's Benny Hill.
I just have to give a round of applause to ZCR. Masterful, and he gets out with the AWP. Insult to injury, he gets out with the AWP at the end of it. That is a masterful clutch coming in from ZCR in the end. In another 1v1 situation, goes the way of NiP. ZCR so comfortable on this map. They just look so good on Overpass, Ninjas. Even with Big just coming up with insane rounds of their own. ZTR just knows how to get work done. And one thing you can notice is that you can actually, Hampus can actually have ZTR out in the lurk roles on this map as well. And so ZTR was the one spotting for the push out here by Monster last round. Hampus can count on the info that ZTR gives on this map. This is definitely a strong map for ZTR. And so NiP just really benefiting from that.
Oh, I like all the junk we're seeing. This allows them to see towards Monster, but how long do they hold for? The bomb spotted and swatted immediately. Trying to respond. Well, there's something.
Yeah, that's
but
something.
the M4 is still in play, and they're going for a boost again. Oh my god. This is quite the game.
Now boost there at the wall. Yeah, exactly. Just like, how many boosts can you get?
Yeah. Boost Simulator Overpass Edition. Man, what a great stylistic matchup we find ourselves in. The aggression we saw on Dust 2. And all these rounds on Overpass as well. 1v2 for Device. They're supposed to be in control here. Tabson's got no idea. Device looking for 2 frags though. Not quite sure where Keto is just yet. Switches out for the AK-47. He's got to leave the bomb site to get the bomb. This is a chance for Keto, but he doesn't know where Device is. He could still be on the site by the pillar. Device has 40 seconds. Is the door open to connector? I'm sure he would love to know. It isn't. So there would be a sound cue if he tried to head towards the A bomb site, and not knowing where Keto is, he may not feel like he can afford that. If he opens the door, maybe Keto presses forward and picks up a rifle on the B bomb site. Keto will play it safe as Device creeps now. 19 seconds to try and identify where Keto might be. Eventually he'll have to head towards B, but maybe not seeing him in B. Does Keto go towards A? So many things at play here. The smoke's being pulled out by Device. 10 seconds now. Now what does Keto do? He's looking for a rotation out of the smoke. Spots him. Oh my days. He's down to 7 HP. Keto into the water. Device needs to play a headshot angle. He can spray. This is a strong position for him now, Device. Spots the helmet, and they'll just about hold on to the round. It gets scarier and scarier.
I mean, we just saw every gimmick in the book, it feels like, from Big Clan that round. Triple boost on shore, double boost over wall, and yet still NiP winning the clutch. Here's the first kill. This was Searson with a fortunate one. Tabson doing everything he can in that round to maximize the value of that saved rifle, and yet they are not able to win the round. It is NiP getting up to 7 rounds on the T side. And again, it just feels like we have to get a series of duels between these two teams at this point. No team is going to win a decisive round, it feels like, this half. Nice shot, though, from Searson. That was a good start, and he spotted the second man as well, so good info. Just to confirm, Rez putting a couple shots through. So Big, you know, they're not going to take it lying down. That was an eco round last time. Now we're into a double AWP. Tabson electing to go for a second op, and this is Big. Unfortunately for him, the angle just not good.
He will set up ZTR, who's in alone with the bomb, actually, but will clean up for now. Help is on the way. Plopsky makes his way into the bomb site now. How far do Big go with this one? Wallbang's being attempted. Maybe distraction being run as Tizian starts to creep now, but ZTR is focused on his position, and he delivers the headshot. Big looking for their fourth round. It's not likely to come here. Red spots Searson, takes the AWP away. Now it's Big's turn to be on the receiving end of things. Again, both teams are very aggressive and successful T sides on Dust 2. Of course, Big were more successful in the end and lead 1-0 into the series of Overpass, but now it's NiP's turn to start on the T side, and they're having some fun with the AKs as well.
The number of rounds where it's just been a single player surviving is actually ridiculous. One survives for Big. Yes, nicely done there, Keto. You can hold on to the M4. Yes, Big Clan, I mean, they've just been fighting back. One of them was the insane Searson clutch. Just crazy defuse rounds coming in for Big, but this is looking like NiP are just very comfortable on this T side, barring a couple bumps in the road. They've been getting the job done. Hampus and Device are both popping off. Not really anybody on Big side that seems to have an answer right now. So we're getting the same Molotovs thrown over and over again. This time, no smoke to cancel it out. Device instead, he's going to be ready. Is he looking for the boost? That gives it away. Keto. Once again, I mean, Big really know how to get value out of these rifles, at least. They know how to get these rifles boosted up. Unfortunately, they missed the chance to get a freebie that time.
And again, being proactive elsewhere and just closing the possibilities for Ninjas in Pyjamas, but they've got a boost of their own, and they found two more players. However, Tizian, with the Desert Eagle, has made it problematic once more. 4 versus 3, 3 players of Kevlar for Big Clan, and 2 flashes amongst 2 players. This could be something. Tabson deploys one, concedes his position, looks to his right, and that's an important kill for Ninjas in Pyjamas to stabilize. Now, at this point, I wonder if Big really go for this one. It is a 3-on-3 as the bomb is planted. Do they want to risk losing these rifles? Hold on a second, there's a USP charge, and that's surely the go command. It gets even better. Through the smoke now, Tizian trying to find something. Rez down to the pistol. Gets his reload in. That tells Tizian exactly where he is, but that's such a tight angle from Rez. Delivers the third kill, and then NiP stabilized. Another round of 1 player alive.
Yeah, I don't even know, dude. This is just, what can you do in this sort of situation if it's just going to keep being 1v1s? I mean, Big, I like that they play aggressive there, that they go for the retake, because this was an eco round from Big. So they're going to buy rifles next round anyway. Might as well try and get in here and have this fight. Just outrageous that Rez manages to get this kill and walk down another round for NiP. You couldn't cut some of these rounds closer, any closer. 1v1s. Just feels like the order of the day between these two teams. Messing up the molly this time, but Searson. Does he have the angle? Doesn't look like it. Device was playing so passively. Just ready for the standard one, the standard peak.
Well, Squeaky's been blown off. Squeaky, the door has been blown off. This helps the CTs, because if NiP try to take short B later on, they can come down the stairs, and the Ts are more exposed than they normally would be, so that can be a problem for them. Of course, it can allow a silent rotation as well. We saw Device looking for one in a round prior, but generally it's uncomfortable to be in short B. Well then, Searson will die with regrets in round number 13.
That's unfortunate.
A wild peak. Feeling himself with the frags he's had. He has delivered a lot of kills in this series so far, and again, he's got the funky stuff being offered by Big. We'll give some sound cues away though. Nothing doing, and that's information for Ninjas in Pyjamas. They've got 2 players poking into the A bomb site. They could pull rotation away from the B bomb site and then creep in afterwards. Look at this rotation. This is a full commitment from Big as NiP make their way towards the bank and they get kills. This is not a good situation for Big whatsoever.
So they have no idea. Keto is checking mid right now, so he doesn't see anybody. They have not seen the bomb yet. Hampus is going to get killed, but this is a 3-on-3 post-plant scenario now as the bomb is going to make its way onto the B site and get planted for free. Although, as I say that, they could have played very aggressively there. Device eventually gets the kill on Keto. Man advantage now for NiP. And ZTR guts him. Double digits in the first half for the Ninjas, going right back at Big. Big gave him this kind of treatment on Dust 2 with a dominant first half. Well, NiP. I mean, it could have been even more one-sided. That's the crazy thing, James. If it weren't for that Searson clutch, we could be looking at an exact same scoreline. So Big half buy going into the last, before last round here. So they can afford to buy some rifles in the last round. HE over the top. Device ready for any shenanigans in mid.
Starts off well.
This is ridiculous, dude.
It's great entertainment, though.
They're getting all the kills everywhere. Shouldn't be possible.
Oh,
there we go.
Back of the heads. It's got the smoke for space as well. Device creeping behind him, which means there's a chance of an upgrade. Searson moving back towards long. The Deagle. Here we go again. It's interesting after the madness at the beginning. There's a bomb dropped as well. Device has eliminated Searson though, and Xantares is looking to take his place. Tizian's in T-spawn. My God, this is chaos all the time. It's an important frag for ZTR, but this flank could be very important. Tizian's got a chance to pick up a weapon as well.
Huh?
Device looks to switch up for the AK-47. Makes sense, especially when you're not quite sure what's going on. Uh-oh. ZTR now. It's got Xantares creeping around the corner with the Scout and a Deagle. And there will be a fourth round on the board for Big, which must be their first in a while because, again, after the back and forth very early on, as we can see there at the top, it has been a big string of rounds. 8 in a row for Ninjas in Pajamas.
Yeah, 8 in a row. And that is so unfortunate for Device because he literally just checked behind him as the flank came through. And so unfortunately for him, he turns back to the A side just as the guy comes around the corner. And so finally, Big actually get something to break their way going into the last round of this first half. Need a little bit of luck at some point. And it finally goes 10-4. Looking for 11-4 for NiP here on the T side. Tizian under pressure here at the B side already. Xantares is there to help, but Hampus straight up short. No time wasted at all. Big seem to be aware of this, though. What a shot from Hampus.
And the stream of T players makes their way in, flying through, trading Tizian, just storming the site. Keto's on the way from the back, but what will be left by the time he gets here? Not much. It's just him and Searson now. I say just, they're very capable, but this is not an easy scenario for them. That much is clear. Rest could be in trouble once he stands up. There he is, but Searson doesn't make the connection on the second attempt. He does, and the Molotov may cause more problems for Ninjas in Pajamas. Keto needs to play off of this presence from Searson, needs a second one. There it is, but there's a trade. Searson now 1 versus 2. Shooting at ghosts as he tries to make his way into the B bomb site, but to no avail. 11 rounds on the T side of Overpass from Ninjas in Pajamas. We'll see if there's any gas in Big's tank after the break. Oi, oi, Savaloy. We move into the second half of the second map of this series. And the violence continues, inspired maybe by the sheer brutality on Dust 2. We continue in a similar fashion on Overpass. Now, the question is it Big's turn for revenge as they move to the T side? First comes the pistol, of course. Tabson will have the P250 for that extra range, that bonus range. The sauce to the fries, perhaps. Looking for a headshot onto Rez. He's got that increased armor penetration as well. Rez down to 54 HP, but Plopsky got the one taps in this short B position. Device as well. Lots of pre-fire. Blind now. They'll be able to fall back as Big are still looking for their first opening kill. Well, their opening kill in this pistol round.
And Big right now. Ooh, nice shot there from Tabson. Bringing it back to a 3-on-4. Big right now. You know who they've done better than Bardolph?
Hyenas.
Anonymous. They got one round more than Anonymous so far on Overpass against NiP.
Okay.
It was 16-3. Very similar treatment by the Ninjas to kick off their campaign here at Flashpoint 3.
Oh man, they tried to triple peek this and he gets 2 kills out of it. The flashbang, very solid indeed, and Hampus is there to simply say no.
Indeed.
12-4.
Anonymous. Never mind. So that's it. 12 to 4.
When you start making noises like that, Semler, you sat next to me for too long.
Yeah, exactly, dude. That's it. It's been a month. 12 to 4 for NiP. CT side, Merkin, Big, but if we'd have looked at the last time NiP played Overpass, they would have had that similar sort of situation. They went on to close out Anonymous 16-3. 4 rounds on that CT side. We'll see if NiP can do the same here. They'll need 5 rounds. So a little bit of a taller task. But we know that they're capable of it. We know that these guys are not to be underestimated. Device getting dusted up a little bit, but he gets the headshot on Tishan. Rez in his usual spot in the restroom.
No disabled access in these toilets.
No. What are you trying to say?
They need an update. I want to.
Oh, I thought you were saying something about Rez, but fair enough.
Certainly was not doing that. He seems extremely capable with this MP9. Find ourselves now in a 4 versus 2, perhaps soon to be 3. Indeed, one way or another, Tabson will be eliminated. A combo from Device. Searson will look to do some damage, but he's not really going to get there. 13 to 4, Big Gar in trouble.
Yeah, no bomb plant. We're going to have a very similar situation to Dust 2, where Big have got a just monstrous task ahead of them.
Oh, that was nice.
That's filthy. Nice shot, Device. But Big have got, I mean, it's pretty much exactly the same thing that's playing out now as we saw on the first map of this series, where NiP were just so far behind, but they showed some fight. They didn't give up. Brought the score down to like 16-10, something like that, before losing. Big could be in a similar situation here. I mean, it is CS after all. Comebacks are always possible, but NiP are very far in the lead right now, so Big just have to take this 1 round at a time. And 1 bullet at a time.
1 dig at a time.
Yep.
Oh my days.
3.
He wants
come on.
the full magazine.
Had to use a few more bullets that time.
That was a round.
That was a round.
A round it was.
14-4. 14-4 for NiP. And now we're going to get it. Tabson on the Krieg. Searson with the AWP. Everybody else rocking AKs. We got full nades, apart from Searson. And this is when it starts to get spicy. Are Big capable of the comeback dream to close out this series 2-0? Because if they aren't, we're going to train, and things are going to get weird. So who knows what the hell's going to go on train after these 2 maps. Not a nice few shots already going through here. Just some early mid presence. Rez willing to put himself out here. Loves to play aggressive in top mid. He's got Device to flash him in. There's the peek. Misses it though.
Ooh, the Krieg is back.
Dude, again, the Krieg.
Love a Krieg.
Tabs is just too good. He is unique. And Xantares catching ZCR peeking for info. Plopsky, however.
I would not want to be Plopsky right now.
There's the flash. Again, just a little bit too telegraphed. That flash. Xantares gives himself a way out. And Big showing quite a bit of fight here. Not willing to give up just yet. It's looking like NiP actually are putting themselves in a position to save some guns, and I like this actually a lot here from NiP because this wasn't the strongest buy from them. If they can get in here to short, pick up a gun, Device is thinking about it. He's got that MP9 right now, but maybe he can sneak his way through and get a rifle.
Can I just say that flashbang into Divider was awesome.
Or was the MP9 sticked? Oh, shoot, I didn't see what ZTR had before that. But still, saving these 3 guns, that's actually a pretty big deal here for NiP. Could go for the force buy in the next round. Device will have enough money for the AWP in the following round. And, well, he's going to have to buy one. Already dead.
Yep. And now it's Big's turn to pull things back. We'll see if they can do better than Ninja Pajamas did on NiP's T side of Dust 2. Close, but not close enough was the case the first time around.
Correct. Man, really, well, I mean, all 5 survive for Big, so that looks really good, but this is going to be an even more powerful buy from NiP. No SMGs this time around. They've got all rifles and the AWP, so fully expecting NiP to play fast and loose here. Rez, the aggro mid, didn't work for him last time, so he's changing that up. He's gone down to the B site. He's got Hampus there to set things up for him, but him and Klopsky pushing aggro sewers very quick, not letting go of W. Xanterra's going to slow him down with the flash grenade, but there we go. We have that exchange. NiP, though, showing a lot of presence towards water early.
Rez will be boosted for a while towards B. As you can see, Big are passive in that direction. Oh, hello. He spotted one further down long as well. I don't think he realizes it's a sniper.
That's very greedy.
Yeah.
Even against a rifle, I mean, the slow peek in.
And well, I was going to say, like, Hampus could have done a jump throw flashbang, but to be honest, it wouldn't really have had an effect because Searson's so far away. So he would have been able to see enough to shoot anyway. So, yeah, that was...
Now you can't fight them on long, you can't challenge them on long if you're NiP. So Big Clan can get right up here, and we have so many nasty flashes that can get thrown onto this bomb site, including the mollies. This is going to be so difficult to hold now for Rez. Beautiful headshot, instantly traded though, but the catch on the flank, now that's a big deal.
Yeah, if Hampus can stay alive, this means problems. He's trying to flash for Plopsky to swing with the smoke to stop the bomb plant. They'll do that at very least. Trades will continue, leaving Searson now in a 1 versus 2. 2-man swing through the smoke. Searson's collected the bomb. Hampus hiding, 10 seconds on the clock now. We've got CTs on either side. Where on earth does he plant the bomb? Nowhere. Great response from Ninjas in Pajamas, and they find themselves on game point.
There we have it. 15-5. That was some very quick play there, but that is so dicey. The hold, the fact that Hampus is holding in short like that is just such a big deal. Or in mid, rather, in banana. Because this him staying alive makes all of this possible. Rez dying 1 for 1 is all according to plan as far as Big are concerned. The fact that they can walk right up long like that, it just makes it a very difficult situation for NiP to deal with. But Hampus doesn't fluff it. He hits the shot. And that made all of the difference for NiP in that hold. So now we get Big Clan fully bought on their side. Once again, fairly even across both sides, except the Device is lacking the AWP on the CT side. But maybe that'll calm him down a little bit, you know? Well, as I say that, he's about to walk into Xanterra's. What? There's a gap in the smoke and he was able to see him?
I don't know.
Dude, that's nasty. Did he just show up on the radar?
Maybe. That's a good question. Well, there's an early disadvantage for Ninjas in Pajamas, and if they lose this round, they are broke, so the catch-up will continue. Molotovs deployed, Rez exploded, shrapnel, close casket funerals, Hampus of angles, round of smokes, but down now. That's a big deletion from Tizian as well. Now these AKs in both maps are shredding. The abuse of the numbers game on the T side being exploited to great effect by both squads.
Wow, not a single kill.
They are broke.
Dude, these rounds that Big are winning to get up onto these bomb sites with 5 alive like this is actually... The rounds where they win, they look so solid. But that was a very weird. I mean, we're gonna get Xantares' kill again here. Yeah, it looks like there's just barely a gap, and what probably happens is that he just sees it on the radar, pops up on the radar, and he just knows to take the shot. What I wanted to say is that at least it was Device that died first because he didn't have any grenades at that point. So him just dying is just a rifle. But that was a big deal, and now NiP, no loss bonus, very awkward spot. They just go for some kind of weird half-buy deagles, Kevlar. Just deagles. More deagles, Bardolph.
More deagles means more fun. We're at the circus once again.
Yeah, it's all over the place.
Who's going to be the clown, though? Semler's had his chance already. This time it will be Keto. Oh, Xantares. Rez's crosshair was close. It was close. 4 versus 4. Hampus has information. He barely has his head. Just taking a bullet through the stairs there. That'll keep him alive for now. Device has some footsteps. Tabson could be in trouble here. Indeed he is. Caught with the grenade. And, I mean, this may be the round. It looks like it might be. ZTR alive. That's an important frag, but the trade is here from Plopsky. Always trading for his team is Plopsky. No rifles on the remaining 3 players. ZTR playing around the smoke, but Searson's got the flicks.
Yeah, Searson sees that coming.
Now, where do they go? If Big fall off of the A-bomb site, there will be rifles for Ninjas in Pyjamas. So they'll hold position for now. Plopsky hiding in plain sight, while Hampus waits down below. And while the sound is cut, there could be a rotation from Big behind him, but 24 seconds, how likely is it? The bomb will have to be planted soon. There we go, popping up now. Xantares looking for the multiple targets. He knows where they are at the very least, and there it is. It will be a pistol round for Ninjas in Pyjamas to convert and complete the overpass quest. We will head to train after all.
It will be train in the end. NiP putting on a clinic on that T side. Their T side on overpass is clearly well thought out. It's very powerful. They ran over Anonymous. They ran over Big. And so this time I get to say it. It's not just some weird round, like Dust 2. Okay, fine, fair enough. But this time around, NiP, it goes according to plan, and they get the job done on their map pick. And so now we go to train, Bardolph, and that's a weird one.
Indeed.
It's a close map for both teams.
Indeed it is, and we'll discuss that more after the break. But before we get to train, it will be discussion about overpass from the analyst panel led by the guacamole girl herself, Freya Spears, post-birthday, sobered up and ready to go. See you soon.
The Ninjas bounce back when they need to most, 16-6 on their home ground of Overpass, which leaves us at the final destination of Train in this best-of-3 series. And it was pretty convincing from NiP when they got their momentum up on this map. Sure, we look back to the early stages of that first half. It was pretty back and forth, but NiP managed to cement a decent amount of rounds in that first half.
Yeah, another first half T-side beat down this time coming from NiP though. And honestly, it was a very, very one-sided affair from start to finish, and honestly a very scrappy one. Even in the final round of the game, I mean, a lot of forced buy wins, Deagle round victories for both sides. And to me, I mean, it just seems like NiP is back and very much in this series, Valley.
Yeah, I think that one thing that caught our attention was how Big felt like they were just simply unable to convert a lot of those close rounds. And the beginning back and forth was then marred by the fact that NiP just simply ran away with that first half.
Was there any particular reason why we saw so much T-side dominance from the side of NiP?
I think there was just so much pressure towards the B side of the map, despite the fact that NiP was finding kills all over the place. I mean, somebody who stood out to me a lot, both at A and B on their T-side defaults was ZTR from NiP again.
Yeah.
Able to really just get deep behind enemy lines and find frags and openers on the entries. And, I mean, he doesn't necessarily stand out on the scoreboard, man, but there's just so many little things that he's doing for this team to come away with round wins.
Yeah, in those late round situations especially, it felt like ZTR was instrumental in causing Big to just be constantly just under pressure. I think one late round that you pointed out in the green room, Lex, was how like ZTR would just make sure that Big can never get comfortable on the A bomb site, and that he would consistently keep shooting off his gun, keep pressuring them, keep awareness of the situation in such a way that Big is a team that should be on top of those kinds of situations. They've been playing together for a year and a half now, but it seems like ZTR of all people is able to dismantle them in those kinds of moments, find the gaps in a 2-on-2 situation, which is really tough, especially given the fact that he's so new to this roster and so brand new to Tier 1 Counter-Strike.
Yeah, you can tell that, his first and most important priority is winning the round for his team. Right, yeah. And I mean, you look at the scoreboard right there, you see Hampus, you see Device, and throughout they are consistently fragging. They're bringing that firepower to the table, which is why NiP feels so strong right now. You've got the kind of X factor bringing the team into the site in guys like ZTR at times when they need it most. But, I mean, having Device, having Hampus there, finishing these rounds out. Rez had a few different really big impact rounds as well. If you have those pieces of the puzzle, which NiP definitely has demonstrated for us there on the T side, I mean, it just gets so difficult for Big. And Searson, honestly, was having a pretty good start, as you're kind of alluding to, Maui, of getting those entries, early round advantages for Big, but just not being able to capitalize. That's tough.
Yeah, and it's an interesting point that you bring up about Big as well, because it was something we were kind of praising them for in the first map, particularly in that first half as well. Just the team synergy that we saw coming out of them. It seemed like all the pieces of the puzzle were kind of fitting together for Big in terms of the first map in the first half. So where do you think it was lacking for Big coming into Overpass?
I think that NiP did a really good job of just constantly exerting pressure, even when Big were finding opening kills. And in this map, they had the same amount of opening kills, both of these teams. So it's not, Big weren't just behind because they were losing duels, or they were getting picked, or there were these nice plays from NiP to open up the round. It was that Big found difficulty in converting those kinds of situations. And when we think about the first game that happened today with Heroic, when they find first kills, they keep the pressure on by looking for new control. They sometimes will peel away from space, flash into a new space. They'll constantly stay on the aggressive. They'll stay proactive. And that's something where Big, it felt like they would just curl up sometimes. They would get that opening pick and think, okay, we can play 5v4 now. We can let the action come to us. But that's when you give NiP a chance back into the round. And we could see that NiP, when they were given space, they could convert it.
Yeah, was that something you saw being an issue as well, Lex? Was there anything else standing out for you that was maybe different from what we saw of Big in Map 1?
I think there's just a lot of solo duels going on for Big at times on their CT side. We saw that even on Dust 2, even though that was such a convincing win from them. Even the cracks they were showing on their defensive side seemed like, okay, if you're going to be taking those duels, and actually we were talking about it the other day when they were playing on Nuke, right? Tabs and towards Squeaky, giving the 5v4 advantage away back into a 4v4, and you lose a lot of the map control, and you're losing your advantage. I mean, if those rounds are not panning out for you and you're not converting on any of those situations, it's almost all for naught that you went for the pick in the first place and found it, right? So I think something that NiP is doing excellent to exploit that from Big is just being able to react quickly and with initiative, with a pop flash into sight. You know, a few different times, there'd be one player outside of Monster for NiP just basically waiting for contact to be made. Flash comes over, he's already deep in sight, and there's two different angles that are being covered, but both those players are blind, and it just feels like a mop-up at that point for NiP.
Well, let's go back to the first half and revisit a particular round, because you've brought out round number 11 for us to be putting under the microscope, Maui. What is going on here?
So this round is after kind of the battle of back and forth clutches, and we'll see that the opening pick was once again acquired by Big, but then you have tabseN just kind of going for a crouch walk forward into this angle, which is an ill-advised peek at that, and you'll see that NiP, they find that singular hole in the defense now, and that's when they know it's their time to pounce. They had players in position, and after Device is able to find that return 4v4 frag, that's when it's just pretty much over for Big at that point. Perfect flashes, get ZTR into the bomb site, and it's all in all just a really just solid round from NiP as they shut out Big for the rest of it.
Yeah, this reminds me of like a really classic, almost like a Fnatic or an old school like SK round where they've got res basically all the way up long A with a B execute to basically immediately flank on Big. And he only has a moderate impact in the round. He gets one kind of late round frag after ZTR's done all the work. But, you know, that kind of control in a round, really, you started off 4v5, right? NiP gets picked immediately. searjahn puts his team at an advantage. And there it is, tabseN really just taking a duel that doesn't need to be taken over there towards Monster, and it's a 4v4, and from then on out, it's just like the dominoes are falling for Big.
I think that's a strong characteristic of some of the top teams in the world right now is that they're constantly flexible in how they approach different situations, and NiP showed a great example of this here on an overpass where when we see that one kill that Device gets, they're just ready to go. It doesn't need to be the perfect smoke on the middle of the site with a perfect heaven smoke. They trust that ZTR can get in there with just a couple of flashes lobbed over, and he'll just do all the dirty work once he's able to enter the site. So Heroic, I mean, they've been looking good at doing that. Gambit's been looking great at doing that. And NiP, they're kind of reaching that point, which is really frightening because I have a big prediction here. But Big, they feel a little bit more just static. They feel a little bit more like they have to set up these kinds of engagements. They have to be a lot more telegraphed in the plays. And I think that's probably a reason why Big have fallen off, because now people kind of sense that when they kind of know when Big is going to make those big moves.
No, I think that's a really good point, and I think we also need to shift our attention to some of the individuals on the side of NiP, because we may have given him a little bit of a hard time in map number 1, but Device came back swinging into overpass. So where did you see his impact in terms of for the side of NiP on the server?
I mean, I feel like his impact on the T side of the map, you know, if your team is steamrolling to that degree, it's really hard to kind of figure out when and where he's having his impact sometimes, just because, you know, even in that last clip, we saw Device basically approaching that barrel peak where tabseN is almost already posted up, and he wins the duel. But I mean, that is the initiator. That is the linchpin. That it's like, okay, now the execute has legs. Now we have an opening, and we're going to go ahead and take the site. That to me is really where he can shine sometimes. I hope maybe we can get some highlights out of him, because it really just seems like he's putting up numbers in some of these scenarios, and it doesn't even it's not even always with the AWP, right? Like a couple different Deagle rounds out of him.
Yeah.
NiP just seemed like all 5 players were contributing, and it really just didn't seem like Big had a chance.
Yeah, Device had some really good clutches in this one. He just held the line down. And I think that's something that's underrated about Device's game and a lot of Opera's game is the fact that they know what angle they have to cover so that their teammates can approach. So as we get into these highlights here, it's going to be a multitude of frags. Like, it wasn't just a one-trick pony thing with Device in this game at all, and it never will be. I mean, Device, he's one of the best players in the world. He's so versatile in that he can just pull out the Deagle when he needs to, MAC-10, rifle. We haven't even seen an op kill yet.
Which begs the question, is like, how necessary is it for him in this lineup to like consistently deliver with the off? And the truth is, like, it's not often that I really see him just lighting it up on T side with it. Got a few picks here towards Monster, that's great. But it's really these, the Deagle rounds especially, where it's just Device is always chiming in.
Yeah.
That's 3 op kills in the first half, and he had, what, 17 kills? Something just crazy like that. There's so much to Device's game. It's why he's so good at this darn video game.
This gosh darn video game, man. Look at this, he's on Nancy Eco, he's like, I'll just whip out the Deagle hold for a 4K,
Oh, yeah,
no big deal.
Yeah. And it's a nice point you brought up as well, or alluded to there as well, Maui. It really was a story of like clutches in the early stages of this game as well. Like, man, there were so many going down.
Yeah, so back and forth, and that is almost always going to favor the T sides because it's just easier to maintain the economy for the T side, and you don't need as much utility to try to stop every kind of attack for the CT if you're on the offensive. So that ended up shifting the way of of NiP, and if maybe Big won just one more clutch, this could be a completely different game. They would have found the economy in order to have a competent first half, but just wasn't the case. And that's generally what happens when these two kind of even teams battle it out for the money. Then the team that's on the T side, regardless, is just going to come out on top of it.
I think another player that you had an interesting point about as well was Hampus in terms of his impact here. So what were we really seeing from the side, from Hampus coming into this map?
So Hampus there on our screen, I mean, he's the guy, he's the in-game leader of this team, and he is also generally a very aggressive rifler for this team. And like a lot of IGLs nowadays, they're putting themselves in the fray constantly. They're pack players. They're players that are, even when he's on the lurk, it's a pressure lurk a lot of the time. He's trying to get information for his team. And he also had a really good first half, and that's always going to allow his team to, I mean, he'll either pave the way for his team, or even if he dies, which he wasn't doing in this game, then he was just giving so much space for his team. And it's so easy to call a great game on the T side when you're getting kills and opening up bomb sites.
Now, Train, a few questions coming into this one. You weren't necessarily expecting this to be the third and final decider map, considering, it's coming out with a map pool, and NiP are going to have to integrating a device into it. So is it just question marks surrounding this next map, or do you feel like you know anything about NiP coming into this one?
I'm thinking if you're in the situation that NiP was with the bans going down, you're trying to avoid Mirage, not necessarily because you're not comfortable on it. We've seen them play it several different times already at Flashpoint 3, but you know how good Big is on Mirage 1, right? And yes, you have some film that you can look at, but of the limited stuff that we've seen out of NiP several times, it's been on Mirage, right? So we haven't seen Train. To me, that is almost an edge where, okay, factor in Device here, where he's going to go and take some duels against Searson. Like, that's going to be fun to watch. And honestly, that is going to be something that I think, you don't often get to see that a lot of the time throughout the map pool in CSGO anymore, where the oppers are actually op versus op battle going for picks against each other. But, there's not a whole lot for Big to prepare for. And they seem to me to be a team where when they can prepare properly for a matchup and predict whatever the map is going to be, which they may have, gleaned some information, some insight maybe that they would be ending up on Train here. However, for the side of NiP, you can easily go back, look at what Big has done in the past, week on Train, and understand how you're going to approach your game plan. And that, to me, is a big edge.
Yeah, Big haven't actually, or NiP haven't played this map with this 5-man lineup. And even before that, they haven't played it since March. So there's, like I said, there's just not a lot for Big to game plan here. They're just going to be, like, the Big mindset going into this game is going to be more or less, let's just play our game and see what they throw at us, and we'll try to adjust on the fly. Whereas NiP, if they targeted this third map, they actually can see some of Big's weaknesses and say, we're going to focus on these going into the game. And that can give them a huge edge. But the factor is that they don't actually have experience if Big is able to fight back.
Well, a lot of question marks coming into this third and final deciding map. And hopefully we can get some answers with James and Semler over on the casting desk.
Someone's making some weird noises over here.
I'm just excited to get into this third map.
That's fantastic. The knife round has started. Show me the shiny knives. Let the jealousy rise. Oh, Device has gone for the Crimson Web butterfly knife on this occasion.
Indeed he has.
The M9 he's using actually belongs to a buddy, Mr. Cosmo. He's got himself a nice M9.
Wait, so do people just loan people knives for them to use during matches?
Yeah, it's reasonably common actually. People have loaned me things. Actually, I have 2 knives that don't belong to me in my inventory. One of people from my stream chat is a low float collector. He's got loads of the lowest float knives in the game, and we chat a lot about various things. He's really cool, and yeah, he loans me them.
So he just hooks you up with knives and you get to play with them, and
yeah, it's great fun.
Then you just buy your mom something nice.
Saves me a lot of money.
Yeah, exactly. All of
then.
a sudden, it all makes sense.
Well, I mean, those are just 2. I still spend insane amounts of money on Counter.
I heard stole for a second there too.
No stole, not there. All right then, Ninjas in Pajamas will start on the T side of Train. Swedish team is no stranger to Train.
They are, though, actually, because they haven't
team
played
now.
it more than once in the last 3 months. And the last time they played it was halfway through March, which is more than 2 months ago.
Maybe they are strangers after all.
So there's no info for Big to go off of here with Device on the roster. Whereas NiP, at least they got to see Big Clan play against Sprout recently in the last, the before last best of 3 that Big Clan played. So there's info for NiP. Big don't really have a whole lot to go off of themselves. Such a weird decision. This is NiP's decision as well to go for this instead of Mirage as their third map. Really makes you think they've got something special lined up here.
All Glocks for Ninjas in Pajamas.
No, we got the smoke, double flash over the top, and it is going to be a quick run out here. Tamsin ready though, going to create some room here with his own smoke.
Oh, headshots, but everybody's still alive. Keto will be the first to fall, which gives some control towards Half Ninjas in Pajamas. Tamsin falling back though, running out of bullets, and the kills keep going away of Ninjas in Pajamas. They've planted a bomb as well. Sisson now in the clutch, 1 versus 4, but not for long. Headshots galore on the A bomb site of Train, and Ninjas in Pajamas begin with the pistol and plenty of pain.
Dude, they deliver it. Big have been on the receiving end of the pain train for what feels like a long time now, so hopefully they can get off and maybe get a refund on their ticket, because they're not enjoying it. It's not a good time. Overpass was a beating. They were able to dish out a bit of a beating to NiP, fair enough, to kick things off in this series on Dust 2. But then NiP fought back. It wasn't as one-sided as Overpass was. And so here, Big obviously going to be trying to fight against NiP, trying to slow them down. NiP, though, should be aware that Tishan likes to play aggressive Brown Halls. That's what we saw in the Sprout match. And so Tishan going to have to make some adjustments here to his own personal game.
Oh, that's a chunky boy. Oh, no, it's not. Oh, that was the opportunity,
Barely
but
missed.
it's gone the wrong way.
Barely missed, Bardolph. How dare they not eat that HE?
I just have to remind everybody of the Dream Eaters execute on the CT side to push B above the ladder. I'll put a video of it on YouTube. It's really awesome, but we won't be seeing it very often for a while, if not ever, as Train is exiting the map pool. I'll also be playing it though. Into the B-bomb site, Ninjas in Pajamas go. They've got a 4 versus 2 and a lot of bullets flying towards the connector position. And what is there for Big to do at this point? Not a whole lot, really. Try and hold on to the scouts. Tabson, we've seen a lot of P250 kills. Oh, Res on 1 HP may want to escape this situation. He will do exactly that. Tabson found himself in a 1 versus 2 somehow, but he's moonwalking off the plank, moonwalking to his demise at the hands of Plopsky.
We've seen a lot of 1v1s as well between both of these teams. Last map, they did tend to go towards NiP. This time around, at least, Rez stays alive with 1 health, and NiP are able to get a bit of fight. And they actually chain 2 rounds together, James. They succeed in chaining 2 rounds together. So that is a good start for NiP, doubly so. This should be a hard eco coming in here from Big Clan. Just Keto with the late Deagle buy. See what he can do with that. NiP, however, straight out onto a site. Hampus into Olaf very quickly. The rest of the team looking to take advantage of these rifles.
That's such a strong smoke grenade. Instantly takes control of the IV position. Helps to allow a bomb plant as well. Really going for that duel as we see some dancing on the ladder. But the expected result is here. Ninjas in Pajamas with 3. Again, fast rounds on Train. Yes, they're forced buys and Ecos and so on, but the pace is still very prompt indeed. First buy round coming out for Big. The AWP is in the hands of Searson. We'll see what the buy looks like in the Ninjas in Pajamas side. There'll be the AWP for Device as well. 2 ops on deck. Now let's see what Ninjas in Pajamas have to offer and what the pace will be. They'll have to give Big some more respect, I would imagine, now that the big guns are out. Be flashes to cause some problems early. Device posted up and Searson walks straight into the angle. Thank you and good night.
Indeed, get out. Keto, however, going to miss the shot. Bold play. I like the attempt.
Peaks. Dry peaks. Arids. No lotion on these legs.
No. Just leaving burns.
Tabson moves up towards the IV position. Very scrimmy, very scrappy game of Train so far. Big trying to force the action. The further behind they get, the more risks they take, and the worse the result becomes. Like a gambler chasing their losses in a casino. They only rise, they only increase. And soon security will be on the way. Just like last night's.
Yeah, but NiP have their way with the security too, so they really are just the winners. Big looking to get on the board here. Xantares on the site, but this is an actual nightmare. He is stuck in a whole world of hurt as there is the Triangle of Doom set up. Nice flank coming in from Tishan, though, taking out one of those. Rez and Plopsky, last 2 alive here. Plenty of time for Big to work with. This would be truly one of the most magnificent retakes if it actually happens here. Rez going to catch him in the back. Tizian knows that there's one playing from Pop Dog, and that's going to be a Tizian. Managing to get away with that AWP will be a nice save for him, to be fair. That is fantastic. Or does he?
Denied.
Denied.
Do you remember that sound from Quake? Denied.
Yep.
I've got it on my phone. I don't use it, though. But if I wanted to, it was there.
The Quake had the best voice. The best voices, though.
You are tied for the lead.
This is it, though. 4-0, man. And NiP kind of letting it slip away, actually. That was a little bit too nice for Big, those 2 kills, but then they played it well, and here we go. Tactical timeout getting called by Big. Tapson right now trying to rally the troops. Good IGL Tapson. Also knows how to try and give that Friday Night Lights speech when the team needs it, trying to get these guys pumped up and ready to go. They're not done yet. I mean, this is still very early days. NiP will get ahead a little bit here. 5 rounds on the T side. Should be 5 rounds on the T side, given this is going to be a pretty hard eco from Big. But Big can just come back into this in the following round. And again, Tizian all by his lonesome over here towards B. Flash in, tries for the pot shot, and he backs off. So well played there. Tizian at least going to try and slow the Ninjas down, trying to make a play. And then the HE is just a second too late. Would have caught them earlier.
I want to see somebody on the ladder with a Zeus. Because
Okay.
you can go up the ladder a bit higher than where people walk out, which is funky. I think there's a play to be made there. In a round where you really can't afford much of anything. 1 minute 10 on the clock for Ninjas in Pajamas. Very timely smoke grenade from Big, and it would be somewhat crazy to go through it, but they will. They are better prepared, better equipped, more numbers. More confident in this particular scenario. Xantara's coming in from the back. Got a lot to lose with the Desert Eagle and the Kevlar, and lose it he will. So a 5-0 start for Ninjas in Pajamas. If they win this round, and let's say 2 or less plays survive for Big, that's when I start to feel like Big are in a lot of trouble.
You don't think that Big are in trouble right now?
I mean, they need to win this round, and then, you know, there's a chance for a comeback. We'll see. They are certainly behind, and obviously not just in score, but in expectations for a CT side. But I think this is where they can start to change their fortune.
This is the must-win round, I think, for Big. In terms of spirits as well, it's going to be so hard to fight back if you go down 6-0 against NiP. And this after a full buy on your side here. Playing the game. Nice angle from Tizian. Going to catch out. Plopsky was ready for that push. Keto ready for the push at Ivy. And they've set themselves up for success here, Big. So important that they win this round. Cannot just let NiP get up to 6-0. And so NiP playing a little bit free, a little bit loose, a little bit aggressive. Means that they are going to be getting, well, punished in this round, but let's say with a minute on the clock, they can still wait for some unforced errors on Big's part. They can hold angles. Wait to see if Big are going to push into them. Rez, you can see now, should be expecting somebody around the corner here.
45 seconds, and I don't know that NiP get much done in this round now. They've got smokes, but indeed they are going to limit the bleeding.
Wow.
I respect this. I would generally hope for this. I feel like they will just simply be running to their doom. They don't really have any information. They've got to go into choke points, being held from wherever Big like, and essentially die. So,
Dude, the discipline from everybody, though. Big, I thought the screen froze for a second. None of them were moving.
well, they've got no money. They've got no chasing to do.
Yeah, but I
That'd
mean,
be crazy.
just really good discipline for them to just sit and hold angles like this. And so we get the gentleman's agreement. Agree to fight again another day. Nice little AK save there from Tizian in the end. He'll snag it. But this is going to be the first round on the board for Big. Absolute must win as far as they're concerned, and they managed to get it done. Maybe the pep talk from Tabson made the difference there, got his team fired up. They were clever on the angles, and they were ready for NiP to try and play aggressively there. But now NiP are going to be going for a buy. They do manage to have the two guys, Hampus and Plopsky, fully equipped, and this is going to be all-out war on this map now as Rez, Device, and Hampus are setting up shop to put some early pressure on Ivy.
Real war. But really, though.
I think it'll be a good fight, a battle. Is that it? Should we say a scrap?
Could say scrap. This has been a very scrappy game, like football fans in an English pub. Well then, we have a take of Ivy attempted, but there is a counter smoke grenade, which is much later than the T smoke grenade, which really compromises NiP's intentions towards Ivy for now. But they'll leave Hampus and Rez there for the time being as the bomb moves away and moves somewhere more promising, perhaps.
Fully moved away. A lot of real estate taken here from Big. Now that they're in main, this is going to slow things up if NiP wanted to go for that A split, which they could still go for from Pop. They've still got Rez and Hampus out here towards Ivy. Hampus going to set up a flash. And Rez just full blind.
Yeah, both teams ate their own teammates' flash in that position. We've got a swing from Rez now, and there's urgency. You can see Tizian, he's missed all the information towards upper B. Searson moving away, but Tizian's position, he's not really moving off of the B bomb site. He's got the sound cues now. We can see Keto making his way towards connector, so they realize what's happening. 20 seconds, and there's a chance for him to stop this bomb plant, actually, but he's not going to go for it. There was a Molotov up high. Ninja Pajamas making no assumptions. Device caught, though. 2 versus 4. There's a lot for Big to do in this scenario, and I think Tizian's probably going to expire at some point. Swings wide, and indeed he does. Now Keto jumps to his doom as Ninjas in Pajamas will eliminate Big. Held on to 3 weapons in the round prior and are back to winning ways in round number 7.
A disaster for Big. Losing that round in such fashion, not even being able to save a gun, and this is just a dry peek from Rez. He comes whipping around the corner, takes him out. And from here, I mean, I'm surprised to see, well, Device was checking Brown Halls and he just loses that duel. But at that point, you know, you're not finding Tizian holding aggro. Tizian does like to push Brown Halls. It's like, well, it's what we saw against Sprout, repeatedly going up there. Playing aggressive, looking for angles. So here we have Big once again calling an attack timeout. Once again, Tabson trying to get them rallied up. This is slipping through their fingers now. Because now you've got NiP 6-1. They're going to be fired up. You have enough money for a 4-spy here. Double AWP picked up for Big. 3 rifles. That's all of their bank getting tapped.
The problem with a round such as this from Big's point of view is that if things start to get difficult, you know, if they lose everything, then that's pretty much a GG for the half, I feel like. Maybe not for the half, actually. That might be a bit of a stretch. But anyway, it's a great chance for NiP to pull away. So there might be times where the difficult decisions have to be made. Do we go for this? Do we not? One issue being hesitation. Another, like right now, 3 versus 5. What do you do? They may have no time to make decisions, as we can see Tabson is in no man's land in the middle of the A-bomb site. Pushes coming through Ivy. They know where he is now. Not looking over the smoke, though. He could have potentially found someone rotating there. You can see Rez just rounded the corner. And Device is on the way as well. Suddenly it's a 3 versus 3, though. So things escalate once again. That was a great chance for Device, but Tabson will deliver once more. Rez creeping by Old Bomb now. And I believe that Tabson only saw 1 player towards Ivy earlier on. So there is a chance for Rez to find an impact. As Ninjas in Pajamas suddenly find themselves behind. They started this, I think, was it 5 versus 3? And now it's 2 versus 3. What has happened?
It was just traded tit for tat back and forth. I mean, I don't think that, you know, talking about the Clown Fiesta, NiP running double op on T-side train. And it actually worked. Unbelievable that Rez actually manages to find value here, but he's not going to find Tabson. ZTR, however, can work his way out. But the fact that they don't find Tabson might slow things up here.
They saw the bomb. Tabson's seen the bomb. You can see the rotation immediately from Tizian. Making its way, and down he goes. There's 30 seconds for Rez. He has no idea where Tizian is. That's a massive issue for him, trying to read it. Got to go through the flames to collect the bomb. There's a swing from Tabson, and that is quite the turnaround from Big. Credit to them for that one. That was a must-win. I was trying to paint the picture in terms of the trouble they would have there if they lost that one, but they win it.
I believe it's Tabson with the quad kill in the round. So Tabson just standing tall for his team, doing the work. Good use of utility at the end. They really forced Rez's hand, and that was going to be all on tabseN. tabseN, what a hero. Trying to power his team up, trying to get them motivated, get them back in this fight. Even buy on both sides. Both teams having the money now. And Tishin and tabseN going aggro Brown Halls. This is something that NiP need to be aware of, though. They certainly can't expect this kind of play from Big. Nicely done. Straight up winning the fight versus Tishin. Man advantage now for NiP. HE in, not going to do too much damage to Plofsky. And so 6-2 for NiP. And a chance once again for the Ninjas to win. They have so many nades to work with still. And the onus is going to be on Big Clan now to try and make something happen. 3 on A, the gamble. And well, I guess tabseN is just going to be in the dark, although Xantares here could be the hero. Flash in. Nicely done. Beautiful trade. Searson, however, is close enough to take this shot. He's going to get a freebie.
Yeah, that's good information yielded by Xantares, and that makes a hell of a difference. Searson in battle sniper mode now, doesn't have much place to maneuver. Those smokes, though, may be a comfort, completely blinding. A massive flashbang. Rez looking for a target, so many angles. CT's pressing forward, 35 seconds. Below Rez now, there is the trade, 1 versus Freed. Bomb's been dropped, he has to collect it. You can see Searson by E-Box. In the red as he starts to fall back. He knows where both players are now, but Searson will puncture, and Big. They've survived a big test, no pun intended. 2 more players survive. They've broken money, kind of, for Ninjas in Pajamas, and this is their chance now to have a much better score in this first half.
No hesitation from Hampus, just straight buying the AK right off the bat. At just enough money. Like, nah, we're buying. No slowing down. With only a couple players surviving the round for Big, they just don't have much money on their side either. NiP know this, and now Big have used up their loss bonus, essentially. So if NiP can put the pressure on here, make this expensive, Hampus going for the Russian AK. But if they can make this expensive, Big will be in trouble in the next round. Nicely done, Hampus. That's mad value. That's so big.
NiP moving away from Ivy now. How on earth do you play around like this? Surely the Glocks go in first to create some space.
You would think. It's a shame that Rez doesn't have a deagle, considering he's the top fragger right now for NiP and he's fired up.
They need to find the opportunity.
One way.
Trying to pull the crosshair away if anyone's holding the angle. Attempt number 3. Towards the B-bomb site. The Lemmings go in first. Rez jumping again, trying to pull the crosshair away, and it works perfectly. See how high his crosshair has to go. Hampus just continues to clear the space up, but they're not ready for tabseN up close. Delicious from tabseN. There'll be no bomb plant, it looks like, for Ninjas in Pajamas. Some good damage done. No, they utilize the Glock players as best you can. Just pull the crosshair away, let Hampus make the space afterwards. Simply done, but very effective. And they make it expensive for Big as they move into round 11.
Again, just trying to get that bomb planted was a big one, but getting 2 kills out of the situation, I mean, that was essentially a hard eco for NiP. They just had the rifle. So, doing damage to Big. Big don't have a big bank to fall back on. Name of the game. And so now NiP, yeah, multi-nades out onto A. You do get that standard smoke going up between Sandwich and between E-Box. This is full-on smoke coming in from NiP, but they have not committed to the A site. Hampus is here to try and stop them from getting info as well. Rez somehow finds a kill on Xantares.
Fishing, but not connecting. And now we've got some big guns heading towards the B-bomb site, but Tizian's got a great angle. You can hear the clipping through the smoke as well.
Trying to go through dry? Just the weirdest round here from NiP.
Yeah, we've seen a few smoke pushes, some towards Ivy as well. And the result has often been the same. Device knows that I know exactly where he is now. There's a chance for a second AWP here for Big, which would be an interesting mix-up. 1 minute for Device. Looking in the usual places. He will expect to be contained. Bomb collected. Tizian going for a walk. And it'll be the, yep, they are going to pick up the second AWP as well. So that'll be a nice bonus for Big as they string their 4th round together in a row.
Such a deal for Big. I mean, they really needed to start getting some momentum to shift their way. Tizian, I mean, tabseN calling 2 timeouts and just trying to get these guys fired up. It's clearly worked. They're finally connecting shots. NiP are looking a whole lot less happy with the situation. Less, you know, fewer grins, less laughing on this side, as they are playing from the NiP headquarters in Stockholm. Tactical timeout called from NiP now. And who's doing the talking?
ZZTO having a chat. Hampus as well.
Interesting.
Can discuss the habits they've seen across the map and how to potentially play against them. Will be a half bite from Ninjas in Pyjamas in round number 12. Such an explosive series so far, but now in the final map of the series, things start to slow down somewhat as NiP find struggles on their T side, but things will speed up once again here with the Tech 9s being out. AWP spotted towards Hell. The flashbangs are really, really good. tabseN helping Xantara stay alive. Quick reload from him, and it looks like more T's will emerge through this smoke. Rez and ZTR 2 versus 3. Sisson rounding the corner with the Desert Eagle. Oh my God. Lovely headshots from him. That man is focused, calm.
He's definitely woken up. They needed him. I mean, since Dust 2, on the first 2 maps of this series, I mean, Searson was doing well. This time he's a little bit quiet, but 2 big kills like that, it's going to bring him up to 8 kills total this half. Right now it's just Rez and tabseN doing battle. The rest of the team are very even, both sides. But tabseN and Rez just going toe-to-toe.
Device posting up again. Oh, Keto teasing, and Device is ready. Some players will go up the ladder to peek that position instead. Device has put them multiple times now, going for that peek. And Xantares will be removed from the proceedings, leaving 3 players now. Make it 2 because Rez has crept up. Mixed results in the creep from Ivy, but it will be impactful on this occasion as NiP start to wipe out Big on this A bomb site. And this is going to be a problem because only Keto and Searson have money. Tizian has to hold on to this rifle if they want to offer something in the next round, a long spray, and they know exactly where he is and the hunt will begin. You can see Plopsky and Connector out. Hampus pushing through Ivy.
To be fair, though, I think that's it. The hunt is on if you have 4 players. You can afford to give up 1 gun. But if you're NiP right now, I don't think it's worth it for you to risk more than this. Device isn't going to get anywhere near Tizian. And Plopsky and Hampus also just content to kind of hold their angles. And I think this is fair because NiP don't have any money either. So if they lose a 3rd player, it means that one of their players has to force up, whereas now they can just drop 2 guns. Tizian will survive. But the money is really ugly for Big. They do not have a whole lot, just a couple of the players with real money to go with. Otherwise, oh wow, they're just gonna go straight for the AWP. Okay, so this is gonna get out of hand here as we as we approach the end of the first half. 7-6 in favor of NiP. 2 rounds left in this half, and NiP have put themselves in a winning situation, a winning position after letting Big kind of fight their way back into this half.
Off they go again. Have they conditioned Searson not to peek down towards main now? It looks like they have. He's holding the gap towards Olafak from what I can see. But how about that for a swing from tabseN? That is quite the response. Device just about sees him in time to trade the kill. Bomb not spotted just yet. Rez lurking around Ivy as the smoke up for a time being. And there goes Keto drop with an instant trade from Searson, who now repositions, but still focused on main.
This is all over the place. And Xantares has now maneuvered himself close as well, so he's going to have info on Pop. Searson, they need to peek them together, and they do, but unfortunately the angle isn't right. And he's going to eliminate both players at Ivy. That was impeccable stuff from Searson. Masterclass quad kill for him in the round. That is just unfortunate for NiP because they peek him together. So if the op is there, they're looking to trade. But he's playing the angle appropriately. Cannot be faced at the same time by both players. And so he just manages to pick him off one at a time. 7-7. It's going to be so interesting to see what Big can have in store for us here.
Yeah.
On their T side.
For what I've seen so far, I don't know where we're going once we move to the second half. But first, we must conclude the first. See who takes that one-round lead. The buy from NiP isn't perfect, but then it may not need to be. Well, there's a dry peek from Tizian. He'll be punished for doing so. Creeping up now, Searson gets a close player and Rest can't really respond to that. Trying to repeat the success from the last round. This time won't be so successful. tabseN looking away, having a look again, and punctured by Device. The numbers are dwindling for Big Clan, and they're both on the A bomb site, but the bomb is already on B.
Yeah, bomb is going to get planted, and now they're going to be in position to cut off the connector. Smokes galore on NiP's side as well. They have all the nades. Keto and Santeros are going to have to work together here. But the angle's already being held by Device. And yeah, now we're just going to get the smokes out. And this is going to be very, very difficult for Big. Shot in from Device. Headshot. Drops Santeros. Now on Keto. And it's not for long before Device collects another kill for himself in the round. 8-7 at the end of the first half here in favor of NiP. Big, though, really did fight back. It looked like NiP were going to run away with it again. Not so.
AWPs to close out the first half, but pistols to start the second, and those come after the break. We return on Train, the deciding map in this series between the new look ninjas in pajamas versus the old hand of Big Clan. The hand's very dangerous though with those bear claws. 5 seconds away from resuming things. No P250 for the likes of Big. They've got plenty of grenades and Searson and tabseN. Smoking a defuse kit for ZTR. The rest will have Kevlar. Kevlar's pretty heavy, actually. Wore one of those Kevlar vests in Texas with the armor plates in them. Plovsky now trying to survive at this point. He might give himself a one-way, actually, over that smoke. Indeed, I think he has. Gets there eventually. Not sure if you could see any of that, but either way, he's got the kill. 4 versus 4. We've got sound cues for Rez, who's in that hell position, looking to pop, but a crouch pick from Keto is disgusting.
Yeah, perfect. Oh, device over the top of the train, though. Oh, what a clean second headshot. Over the top again, though. Tijan is going to bring it back to a 2-on-2. Hampus and Plopsky now, though. They can catch this A-side in a pincer. Never mind. Tijan catches Plopsky in the connector before he can get going. And it's all on Hampus now, 1v2. He knows where the kid has dropped. Tijan knows that he knows where the kid has dropped, though.
Got to find a headshot, however. Gets there eventually. I don't know that he's got time to find this last kill. I think Searson will probably wait a few seconds for the peak, and then it's too late to apologize, as does Lyrics go. Headshot as well. Searson sharp from start to finish.
What impeccable stuff as well, dude. I can't think of a worse nightmare than actually trying to retake maybe like B-side Dust 2 before the door change, but retaking A-side Train, there's just so many places to hide. It's such a big bomb site. You have so much ground to cover.
Not my idea of fun.
No, not at all. But the important thing is that Big get the bomb planted, James. Big get the bomb planted.
That means, well, they didn't just get the bomb planted, but they also won a round.
That's
So
it.
they're in they're in a very good position. You get that bonus money for planting the bomb. We have high explosive grenades. High explosive grenades. One thing I haven't got my hands on just yet is a grenade. Actually, I don't want to. Even flashbangs are very, very, very dangerous. You can lose fingers with flashbangs, but you can lose your head-facing device with a scout. We have, oh god, we've got entries being made into the B bomb site. The smoke's gone the wrong way. That hampers through, and that could have been a difference maker. 3v3, there's still a difference to be made. Tabson pretty low, as is the rest of the squad. Device still lurking with the scout. No dice.
No dice. No joy. See, looks at this picture at this bomb site and tells himself that this bomb site brings him no joy.
There is no joy, Semler. There is only disease and famine.
Ooh, Rez with the flank, though. It's just not enough time. You're not going to be able to make it all the way over there and get that bomb diffused. You can perhaps keep Keto from rotating off, though. Can you kill Keto? Yes, you can. You can make this an exceedingly expensive round for Big, and so they are going to succeed in that. But that is still Big winning the round. Bomb goes boom. Can Device make it to the AK? No. Too far. Again, these bomb sites so big on Train.
Ooh, satisfied.
But basically, these guys are fighting right now. I mean, the points matter so much in this tournament, as you're not going to get many opportunities to gain points in order to qualify for the major at the end of the year in Stockholm. And so the deeper you can get, the better. Right now, we're in the lower bracket. So if you lose this, you're not out just yet. I know I said lower bracket. You actually go into a 5th place match against Astralis to decide who ends 5th and who ends 6th, because there is a difference in points.
An even lower bracket.
An even lower bracket in which you will still have to fight it out in a best of 3 against some of the best in the world. And you will still get a chance to get more points, right? Because obviously if you end 5th over 6th, you get more points.
We should do upper bracket, lower bracket, even lower bracket, and like really low bracket.
Really, really low bracket.
Capital
Well, that's
letters
kind
for
of
the
what
really.
they're fighting to stay out of right now. Heroic is waiting next in the bracket. They took out Astralis 2-0 earlier today. And so Astralis are currently down in that 5th, 6th place match. And well now, oh, this is tense. Flash is in, but the smoke is still up. It clears a second too late.
Oh,
That's so
no.
unfortunate, the timing.
That allows Big to swarm. I don't know if there's a conversion here. We've got the only kill for Ninjas in Pajamas actually being a team kill. Rez and ZTR, what do you do now? I wonder. Maybe a Desert Eagle to collect, but
I don't think you're going to have to wonder too long.
there is not much that they have to offer at this point. Rez just having a look around, admiring the scenery, if you will. Some aged art on the wall, but they'll have to fall back. Kind of reminds me of Bored and Bankrupt now, the B-bomb site, the art on the wall. Have you seen Bored and Bankrupt on YouTube?
I have not.
Some dude from the UK who travels a lot around Russia and various countries. He's fluent in Russian.
Really?
So he goes around and looks at history and things. It's really interesting. I'll send you. I'll find a good video and send you a link to it. They're about, I don't know, 25 minutes long or something.
Sure, yeah, definitely.
But it's pretty interesting.
Yeah. Please share. All about it.
Privyat. Skolkoliat. 3 rounds in a row for Big. Both teams now winning their T pistols. The score is reasonably close. But the buy from Ninjas in Pyjamas is not. It is a mixed pot here.
It is. What I thought that Big would be going, though, is, you know, well, no, they just play very slow. You did hear a davai, davai, davai on the wind, but they weren't listening. They weren't listening. They were doing it very slow, steady, taking their time, making sure that they molly res and pop dog. So annoying.
Uh-oh, he's fired a bullet, and they know where he is now. Oh, man, that second grenade. Oh, my God, he really did get brutalized, didn't he? Tizian now out in the open, trying to do what he can, but the firing squad is here. And again, the dying rounds of Train, that molly and then grenades afterwards, you just don't see often enough. I know things go in and out of the meta, but put it in.
Stay. The big buy round coming up now for NiP, but I think this is really just starting to get a little bit worrisome here for NiP. That they let Big get so many rounds in that first half. Let them fight their way back into it. Because keep in mind, it's just a reminder, NiP have not played this map in nearly 3 months, unofficial. So it's been a long time. Big don't have a lot to go off of, but then NiP obviously are going to be a bit rusty. So what they've got on their CT side now, let's see. Hampus close E-box. Hoping that somebody on Big was going to play very aggressive and get out here quick. Not the case.
Oh boy, can't do that for free. Hampus will turn things around though, and that proves very profitable for Ninjas in Pyjamas. Absolute stonks by Ladder Room, but it will be a 3v3 as ZCR is entered upon in the IV position. Tizian moves forward, but not too far. Hampus has to be proactive in the meantime. They need information. There's a great headshot from Device, looking for a second one, but misses the shot. That's a frustrating one, a sitter for him. Fired fast enough, just missed. 2v2 now with a minute on the clock, and we've got Plopsky making his way towards main. Xantara's in hell, holding an off angle towards Sandwich. So timing will be part of this round. Hampus just doesn't see Tabson on the low ground. That leaves Plopsky alone, but not for long. 1v1 now. And they're both on the solitary. He doesn't know where Tabson is, though. So Tabson has superior information, but it gets old as the seconds continue to tick. Hold on a second. Plopsky just going a bit wide. Tabson with a Krieg again. And Big make it to 12.
And put NiP firmly in the bin.
These guys are hype.
Dude, yeah, they're getting pumped up now. And that's the advantage of playing on LAN. But that is, it's canceled out. I mean, NiP are also playing on LAN. Essentially, they're playing out of the NiP headquarters. So both of these teams playing an as ideal a situation as you can get, given current circumstance. And there it is, Tabson. There it is. Bit of the pop-off. Love to see it. Now we need to see them close it down here. Not let the Ninjas get anything going in this second half. As far as Big are concerned, I mean, this is their return to the top of the pack. One of the best teams here. They've truly shown quite a bit of backbone here in this lower bracket. Rez not going to find the value, but at least he shows a presence, and so Big have to worry about him hanging around here.
I really like how that sticker looks on that gun. They've all got the same one as well on the Deagle. Might have to join the crew.
That NiP print stream?
Yeah, because I feel like it's a hard gun to put a sticker on because of how nice it looks, but that one looks, you have to respect it.
You can go with that one, okay.
Finally, there is a place to put an NiP sticker which looks good. Because the old one was not the one. So at least that's something, a nice bit of pop. Now need to pop some heads here as this big push looks to come in towards the B bomb site. They are outnumbered, Ninjas in Pyjamas, a 5 versus 3 situation for them. The rotation from Rez and ZTR will be a long one as they are by the IV position. Now, when it was NiP on the T side in this scenario, they had the molly up top, having not pushed it, but we'll see if Big Clan will do the same. Hampus actually gets a dig in, so they know he's there now. Now, where are they headed, Big? They're going through the train yard. They may not be expecting 2 plays in connector, but with that second kill, perhaps they will plant on the B site after all. Hold on a second. Down goes the bomb. 20 seconds now. Klopsky with the AWP, and this round is turning on its head. Big maybe got the wrong waypoints there as they went past the bomb site. Now they find themselves in trouble. Keto versus Free, trying to move away, but ZTR with the Desert Eagle, man.
Is it the return of the Deagle headshots? Just making all the difference. Device. I mean, these guys are just getting pumped up. NiP, this is a monster round for them to win again with the pistols. The Deagles making all the difference. Forget buying rifles at this point sometimes. You just feel like players just need to stick to Deagles every round. They're winning more rounds that way. Actually crazy at this point. And so NiP, that's a second lease on life that's been given to them by Big. Big know it to the point where they're going to go for a force buy with 2 Galils. They cannot let NiP start to get their feet back under them.
Oh.
But there's Device taking down Xantares.
Hampus with a nice angle around the smoke. Looks like there may be a take of the main position. Tizian considering going forward. He's afraid. Is there a push? Is there a pot flash on the way? What's happening here? Big running low on money. And the grenades just keep on coming in again and again. But hold on a second, we've got entries. The bomb has suddenly gone beyond default, actually. Tabson trying to put his team in a round-winning situation. For now, it will still be the 4 versus 5, but the bomb is going to be planted. You can see Searson upstairs with the AWP. Device will bide his time, waiting for that rotation to come through, but again, a missed shot. Keto evening the numbers out, and Tabson's heading forward. He could be a problem here. Red swinging wide, though. Stereo frags. Hampus coming through as well. And down Hampus goes. Still a man advantage is retained, but Tizian's on the flank through connector, and that could be crucial. Problem is the bomb's planted on default. Keto now is eliminated, and once he gets a kill onto ZTR, Tizian fired 1 bullet. They know where he is now, and the defuse can be stuck. He can't get there in time. Trying to do some more damage, will not be able to do so, and NiP make it to double figures.
Dude, ZTR are really popping off now. Showing a lot of emotion here on this Swedish team. Not often that we see this much hype from the Swedes. Usually they're pretty reserved. Not exactly, fond of the pop-offs, but this time around it's going to work. Double digits for NiP on the CT side. 10 to 12, running it back. Big get the bomb plant, but they used all of their money that last round, so this is it. A golden opportunity now for NiP to put a halt to this big, pain train, essentially. 5 rounds in a row for Big at the beginning of the half. This very well could be NiP starting to take control of the situation. Keto holding close, very patient. Here, take this. That's unfortunate, didn't work.
More of a clementine than a lemon.
ZTR, though, about to get a whole lot of action over here at Ivy. No warning either. This is going to be brutal.
Yeah, they're so close to each other to trade frag. They could probably smell each other as they make their way up Ivy. Device turns away, but turns back at just the right time. Or maybe the wrong one, because we have the headshots from these Deagles. So many Deagle kills in this series. I need stats, man. Where's Petar HLTV? Send me the numbers. Send me the numbers. And there's another one. Man advantage now for Big as things go sour for Ninjas in Pajamas, and perhaps it will be lemons after all. They still have, I say still have 2 rifles. So do Big Clan at this point, and Tizian with the AWP. Bombs dropped, but there is time res. So many targets for him, going back for the 3rd. My God, these rounds.
Neither team willing to call it a day here. Big gonna show some true fight. That was such a clever strategy, just going grouped up like that towards Ivy, all together so you could just constantly trade your way onto the bomb site with the Deagles. The spacing, as you pointed out, James, was impeccable. Nobody is going to die without 2 other Deagles being able to face and just trade the kill immediately. So from here, now it's NiP who are going to go for the force buy. NiP putting it all on the line, not wanting to let Big Clan get up to 14 rounds. This would be just a monstrous win for Big Clan. If they can make it happen, get 1 step further. Heroic is waiting next in the bracket. By no means an easy match. But even 1 step further just gets you so many points. So, Big looking to repeat a bit of that success. Going to gather up over here towards Ivy. We're going to get that run boost across the way. Nobody facing, however, but still info gained.
The grenade situation on Ninjas in Pajamas is quite frankly awful. Whereas Big they've left almost everything in the hole for an execution. 3 smokes, 4 Molotovs, and a smorgasbord of flashbangs.
Speaking of flashes, Plopsky's flashed 30 people this map so far. That's actually ridiculous. That's a crazy stat. Runner-up is Tamsin with 19.
Those are Bardoff numbers.
Those are Bardoff numbers? I played with you, Bardoff. Don't lie.
30 seconds on the clock, and the execute begins. A flashbang start. The incendiaries are flying through, but there is a smoke and a choke point. Keto comes out, gets some information at least, knows where 2 of the players are, but how do they plant the bomb in this round, Big? 4 versus 3, riddled with bullets already. It continues. Device.
Well, you hate to see it.
Yeah, he's going to be chased as well. Drops the molly down onto the Desert Eagle, and Rez will eliminate him. They lose everything in this round, Big. They played the clock, and it turned against them.
Interesting.
Now they're left on an eco.
They elected not to save Searson's AWP either, NiP. So that is interesting. Not going for the double AWP. They want to have a little bit more mobility in their setups by the looks of things. And fair enough. These have been explosive rounds. 13-11. I'm curious if we're maybe next round after this one. This is a hard eco coming up here from Big Clan. They just completely fluffed that round against a NiP that had no money. They don't even manage to get a bomb planted. Now, what I'm curious to see if we get a tactical timeout called at the end of this round from Big. Treat this one as an eco. See if you can get a bomb planted. If you can get a bomb planted, fantastic. And then call the attack and try and get them pumped up against Abson. Yeah,
It's all about the bomb plant here. It's all about the bomb plant.
Very nicely done.
Simply distraction. And they have achieved their goal. Some bonus money.
That was impeccable. Impeccable stuff. I like that they split it up that way, right? So you have to look at the lower ramp if you get the 2 behind the smoke, but in the meantime, they're waterfalling off of upper as well. That is such a good style from Big. Really like it. And so they get the bomb plant, maximize that money. They get bonus $800 if they lose the round with the bomb planted. So that can make a difference. That's a set of nades right there. So you can see now Big, AKs, Kevlar, nades, whole kit and caboodle Bardoff. But this is it. If they lose this round, that's going to be NiP tied up, and it's going to get dicey. Whoa, interesting. Keto and Plowski playing a bit of a game up in Brown Halls right now with those nades. Not really sure what's going on there. Keto now has to worry about a lurk in Brown Halls because these smokes go down. He doesn't know if somebody's waiting on the other side, so he's going to have to stay worried about this part of the map. In the meantime, his teammates are working out Ivy.
HE grenades either side. They don't hear a collision as well. Big, really running distraction. ZTR will see them over the smoke, and we can see that. And AWP is on the way to deal with this situation. It's in the hands of a man called Device, but ZTR will be eliminated in the meantime. And with that kill, they won't go to where Device is standing. Ampus finds 2, walking through the smoke, Big, and the dream may be collapsing for them now as they lose the man advantage. 45 seconds, the bomb by Hell. They have control of Ivy for now, but Device could end up there later. He's by Old Bomb at present. How do they plant the bomb now? Hampus approaching the site. They lack so much map control, and they don't lack the bomb as well now, Big. The numbers dwindling. Device walking into Searson's angle, but how do you clutch this? 23 seconds, 2 plays and ladder, a bait setup being played. They can see Plopsky holding ladder itself. And here's where it stops for Big. 13 apiece. Ninjas in pajamas tie the score late on, and the money's broken again for Big Clan.
It's Hampus making the difference. That main lurk working out. I caught the hesitation there, James. When he pulled his knife out, you're just thinking, no, not like this. But he gets the AK out just in time to find both of the shots. Big never expecting somebody to be there that late in the round. And then just mobile, catching out the rest of Big. And so no bomb plant again for Big. They are just getting smashed. 13-13. We'll get a full buy in the next round for Big, but they just have to withstand this now. And ZTR, full face at Ivy, just looking for fights, looking for info. Device will be here to help out as well. And so slow stuff here from Big, just kind of waiting and hoping that NiP are going to make some fatal errors here. push into their crosshair somewhere on the map. Highly unlikely, though. Tamsin with the flash.
Someone is reversing.
Which side do you flash? He's thinking about it. All right.
Now the test begins. Can you get past Device's angle? One person will, but ZTR is ready. Two-man setup's quite nice. ZTR, though, takes his focus elsewhere. He's got to go back. And now the last man taps in with the bomb, makes his way towards Old Bomb. ZTR will put him out of his misery. No bomb plant for Big, no bonus money, no damage in terms of kills, and no lead. It's been taken by ninjas in pajamas. And so have the last 4 rounds. So have the last 6 of 7 rounds. So have 6 of the last 7 rounds. There's English for you.
James also knows Antares right now for Big.
Where's he gone?
He is, I don't know. He is, he's not really doing too much for Big right now. He's got 9 kills. Whereas, remember, at the beginning of this series, he was popping off doing work. Right now, he is quiet for the team. Really could use him waking up a bit. He's only done 40 average damage per round.
We've got 5 CTs on the A bomb sites, and they seem to have a read as to what Big has got him to do, because here comes the push. Despite 5 people being here, they've only got 2 left and nothing to show for it. A lightning round from Big. My God. This is a fast one, and it is falling to pieces in spectacular fashion for Ninjas in Pajamas. They have the money to survive this, but they could still take it away. ZTR can actually clutch this. He's getting 1v1s. He's seen one by the ladder room. He's got a smoke to create space for himself as well. Could even get a reload if he needs it. 19 bullets might be enough. Where is Sis? And that's the question. There he is, and there goes the round and the lead. The score is tied again.
Talk about a time to change it up. Change up the pace. It's been nothing but slow rounds for Big. For them to finally go for just a full-on explosive outer rush. Here we go, straight down Pop Dog, taking down Rez. Catching them all out in the open. NiP just not expecting this change of pace from Big.
How did we end up with 10 players on A straight away?
They understood there was going to be a fight. There was going to be a fight.
That is quite the call. And even though they put everybody on the correct bomb site, they got deleted by the AKs. There will be a Galil for Tabson, and down they go into the ladder room, into the lava pit.
To meet their maker.
Rez is the Volcano in round 29, and there may be a 3rd victim for him. In the meantime, Hampus will hold things as these choke points will leave Big all on the floor, save for Keto, 20 HP. He has the bomb. But look at the cash for Big Clan. Should they lose this, and they probably will.
They don't have max loss either.
It is going to be Deagle time. Down he goes in every sense of the phrase. Match point for Ninjas in Pajamas.
They're pumped, man. They're pumped. ZTR is just popping off every round now. This is it. Can the Ninjas do it in regulation in 30 rounds? They've got the money. They're going to be equipped.
This is their best chance to win the match right now.
Yeah, they have to get it here.
It has to be now.
And Big, man, it's not a pretty buy. Scout on Searson, couple of Galils and AKP-250. Handful of grenades, and are we going to get an early action B? Keto was thinking about it. Hampus is posted up, though. Dude, Hampus is everywhere on the map. A side, B side, doesn't matter. This guy showing up. But it is looking like, once again, we're going to get some early action over here towards the A side. Once again, the pop. Pressure coming in here from Big, really hoping to eliminate Rez. If he was in here, he was not here anymore. He would have been dead, toasted. But they're trying to make all the noise so that they can draw the defense towards the A site. Device and Hampus, though, not buying it. They're ready for this push.
Yep. Spots the cross. That's a great swipe from Device. And then there were 2. All the rounds we go. Zantares 1 versus 5. He's got 3 more to find with the Galil, but he can't do it. Not today. Ninjas in Pajamas pip them to the post. Very important round for both teams. You can see what it means to both of them round by round. But it's NiP who survived the slaughter. That's a crazy series we just saw.
Terrific win for NiP. You can see everybody just swarming in immediately. Be sure to check out the YouTube. I'm sure there's going to be the behind-the-scenes video coming soon. Tabson, you hate to see it, man. Especially after how happy he was in the post-match interview yesterday, dude. It hurts. Glad to see that Big are showing better form, though.
Yeah, that
Fully expected them to be knocked out earlier in this tournament, and yet here we are in the lower bracket, and they will be going up against Astralis next to determine 5th to 6th.
That was a wild ride. I think both teams were deserving of a win, but there can only be one champion at the end of the day.
Indeed, Highlander.
And it will be Ninjas in Pyjamas on this occasion. Man, that's a release of pressure. Very difficult game for both teams.
They're ready for it. Threat always, man. He's always going to be there for the team. Everybody else there as well in the new NiP headquarters, all decked out. Beautiful. Heart of Stockholm.
Yeah, I'm happy he went full-time esports. I thought he might go for a normal job, but he's a very precious brain in our space. So
it's really perfect, this whole NiP situation, right? They've given him full reign as well over the team. Like, it's him calling all the shots. This is his project as much as Zonic is Astralis, right? But here we go, Tapson. Oh, man. It sucks. It sucks. After yesterday's interview, it really is. They know that they could have got that done. They know that they had the fight on that last map. And keep in mind, I mean, NiP, if you're going off of information that you have against NiP, you just didn't... Big were playing in the dark. They didn't have anything to go off of. NiP hadn't played the map in 2.5 months. In an official, at least. Maybe they scrimmed against each other a month ago. Who knows? But there wasn't a whole lot to go off of. And Big played the best that they could, but it wasn't good enough today.
yeah, great game, and lots to take away from that one. You can see what it means to both squads again. Be thinking about all the different scenarios and what could have gone their way and so on. Man, really difficult situation towards the end there. Well, before the blind spot today, we will be going for a short break. So stay tuned, because you know it's always chaos, especially when Bartol's there.
NiP takes the victory and heads on in the lower bracket. Big will fall to the 5th and 6th place match to play against Astralis immediately before our grand finals this coming Sunday. I have to say, I was a bit surprised to see NiP taking Train here, selecting Train as the last map, considering that they had the last veto before this map was picked. They eliminated Mirage, but they do manage to take the narrow 16-14 win.
I mean, it didn't start out that way. It really seemed like this was going to be a one-sided NiP affair. They were up 6-1 at one point, had full economic control. I think things really started to turn around for Big once, took a timeout with a pep talk from Tabson. So respectable scoreline 8-7 for Big, and then, this is a very close end of the match, Maui.
Yeah, and with that, NiP have secured quite a few RMR points. As the standings are right now, they are actually they would go to the major if the standings just stopped being counted today. If there were no more points to be added, so they're in a prime position right now. I'm sure Device is feeling great about it because they're 4 solid slots ahead of Astralis right now.
Yeah, and they've guaranteed themselves top 4 at this event at the very least, which is going to be quite exciting. They will be playing against Heroic in their next match, so certainly a tough one there. But for a roster that just came together, that's a satisfying result.
Yeah, and I think for Big, like there was a lot of promise in this series where, that they were showing some depth and really just some resilience to make that series close. But NiP, I mean, you got to give credit where credit's due. That's not an easy series to win, even if it is a faltering Big that's on a little bit of a comeback. But I think it was really impressive stuff, start to finish.
Well, we do have an interview with our winners from Ninjas in Pajamas. We are joined by Device and Rez. So welcome, gentlemen. Congrats on the top 4 guaranteed finish. Is this, when you came in, obviously you're working with the new roster, is top 4, was that your target? Do you consider this a good result? Because you guys have said you're still working on your map pool. Like, this is a strong start for the new roster.
Yeah, it definitely is. I would say one thing that looking into the tournament, we really didn't know how strong we are. We have a really high peak, but we can also play really badly, as you saw on Dust 2. So, I mean, it's still up and down. We're trying to find consistency, especially me. I'm not really satisfied with the level I'm putting out. So happy with top 4, but we got to keep pushing, play a good match against Heroic tomorrow, and then I think anything is possible.
Device, I had a question about when you were in the top 20 of last year's HLTV rankings. You mentioned ZTR as a player that you thought was on the come up, and now you're playing alongside him, and he's delivering. He's winning some really key clutches, some duels for you guys. Is he continuing to impress you as a teammate now?
Yeah, definitely. I like to play with him. He reminds me a little bit about Sipix. I mean, like, he really thrives in clutch situations, and obviously, he has a high skill ceiling. He also needs to find consistency. I think that's probably his main issue, right? But as you're saying, he's not falling through too heavily, and us as a team, we are still having good performances, playing close matches, and overall happy with all my teammates, to be honest.
Device, first of all, congratulations, man. Question I have for you is, I mean, kind of does play into a little bit what you just asked, Maui, but when it comes to your own performance, you just mentioned that you aren't necessarily happy or satisfied with where you're at right now. Is that because you're fitting into the system and you're not quite comfortable yet? Is it just a matter of more practice, or is this just maybe rough couple days for you? I say rough. I think you're playing freaking phenomenally, man, but I understand that everyone has a certain standard that they strive towards. For yourself, I'm sure it's very high.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the consistency mainly that I'm disappointed with, especially on Mirage, which is a map I'm struggling to find play style on. So it's hard to say, as you say. I think I have high expectations. It's the first time I'm in a new team for a long time, and I don't think it's necessarily that I don't fit into the system, or like everyone is trying to make me as comfortable as possible. So it's just about finding the level I need to have to perform at acceptable level for myself. And I think that today was a good game on the last 2 maps, but in general, it will take some time, but it's also a process, and we're delivering great results, and we are, of course, a team, and I mean, everyone is performing, and we have a really solid base, I'd say.
I have a question for Rez because he looks bored on the camera.
Hello, I'm here. Yes. Yeah,
What up, Rez?
Your performance
What's up?
individually has been really, really strong throughout this tournament. You've had numerous, map-saving clutches. Is this something that you attribute to having the new roster, or have you been working on your own individual ability? Do you feel like you've kind of reached a new level of your play?
Yeah, I feel more confident than ever. And Device is a really easy teammate to deal with, and it's really easy to play with and play around. So it helps a lot to have a teammate like that in the server. And in general, I feel really confident at the moment, and it's pretty much it. I shoot heads. Exactly.
I was curious with your guys' veto today, how it went to train, and the fact that you're incorporating Device and you're playing a map that's going to be out of the pool after this tournament, as a matter of fact. Was that just a target, like a punish for Big? You guys saw some kind of weakness, or are you guys like actually practicing train that much for just this tournament?
Yeah, I mean, we practice train, and I think also just adding to what I said before, I feel like individually I'm not too comfortable on Mirage yet, and that was the other map, right? So I think even though train will be out of the map pool, it has something to say that we are comfortable on the map, and I think our train is really fucking good. Excuse my words in practice. And
you can curse as much as you want on this broadcast, dude. It doesn't matter.
yeah, yeah. But we're also excited for Ancient with some new stuff coming. But yeah, I think that's mainly the reason. Yeah, it's gonna be fun with Ancient.
No, I gotta know. Like, have you practiced Ancient even once? I can't imagine why you would, but now I want to know. Like, has NiP have any plans in the short term to maybe have Ancient be a map pick for you guys?
Of course. I think Threat, he's having really fun right now, theory crafting and stuff. So when we're ready for Ancient, he will have a lot of smokes and flashes for us. So we'll be ready.
I have a question, not to have you insult anybody, but just in terms of the positives, Device, how has it been transitioning from Zonic to Threat as a coach? What are the changes that you've had for yourself in terms of how the coach interacts with you and how the coach provides strategies or helps you out?
It's a good question. Obviously, I love Sonic a lot, and I think they are quite similar in the analytic sense. Now with the official games here, I haven't really seen Bjorn Fred how he is mid-game, because he is obviously in another room and really nervous. So it's hard to compare them. I would say on the tactical base, they like to do the same prep and be a well-prepared coach. And I really like that. That's something I appreciate when they have the tactical depth and understanding of the meta. And I think both of them are, very similar there. And looking forward to work more with Fred. But yeah, Sonic has been my coach for a lot of time, and I have nothing bad to say about him. He's probably one of the best guys I've ever met.
Device, as of earlier today, Astralis lost their match against Heroic, so we're not going to see you guys play them, but you guys do have a better placing already at this tournament. So did you win? Did you win this trade? Did you win the move?
That's a tough one.
Rez, did you win?
I don't know.
Rez won. Yeah, Rez is the real winner here.
I won, guys. I won. Yeah. I mean, I'm here for the long-term project, and obviously the short-term results are great, right? But I also hope that they find some form and we have some great games against each other. But yeah, I would say this tournament, I think you can count us the winners. But I know when we have our first match, it will be a grudge match. And I know when the guys are motivated, they really shoot heads. And I'm looking forward to that game. It's going to be amazing.
I actually do have another question for Rez. Rest assured, guys. Rez, you've been on this roster obviously much longer than some of the newer additions. You've seen some changes in your team. The outlook has been uncertain for NiP, I guess, to some degree, at least from an analyst point of view. Did you expect to, and obviously the easy answer is like, yeah, of course, we're always going to win. But like, did you actually expect right away to have, at least at Flashpoint 3, the level of success that you guys have had?
I would say both, yes or no. It feels like there's always this honeymoon period when everyone is motivated and eager and hungry for games, and yeah. But Honestly, in practice and everything, I think we look really structured, and I have high hopes in like every tournament that's coming up that we can do really good. So I really strongly believe in this team.
All right, it's time for the real questions now. Bardolph is here. Device, you live in Sweden. What is your opinion on dime bars, and do you have a dårlighyst in your house?
Dime bars. I actually don't know. I don't. Is that chocolate? Yeah. We're gonna give you one. No comment on that. What do you say? What do I have in my house?
I'm gonna need a dårlighyst.
Dårlighyst. No, I don't know. I'm not Swedish yet. Dårlighyst.
Oh, that's shocking. Wow. You gotta fix this device.
I like Kalles caviar. I think that's the Swedish. That's rare. Yeah.
Kalles
many
caviar.
people like that.
Okay. Rez, what's the smelly fish thing? What's the smelly fish thing?
Tube.
You know the smelly fish in the tin that you can't open in the house?
Surströmming.
Surströmming, yeah.
Surströmming.
One day.
You should try it, guys. You should try it. Really.
Maybe we will, but they always say don't open it indoors. But we'll have to, so I guess we can just live with the consequences. There we go.
Yeah, you're gonna burn the house down. I had a guy opening it at the top floor in my apartment building, and it smelled throughout the whole apartment building for 2 weeks. So don't do it.
Okay, let's do it outside.
All right, actually do it underwater, I think, right? Yeah, you do.
That bad? We could do it on a boat. We've got a kayak upstairs, so... All right,
we have the Supreme Kayak.
Highly recommended.
You can go out into the Los Angeles River and open it.
I'll probably do it. Why not?
Yeah, that's the only way.
Oh, that's what it is.
There we go. We've got one in London. Dårlighyst.
I've actually never seen that. Dårlighyst. I've never seen that. That's bad by my girlfriend. It's not integrating me.
I'm curious from both of your guys' perspectives. I mean, I know this is a European tournament, but looking at the greater picture of international CS right now, so Heroic has been on a tear. G2 looks really strong here. But do you guys think that the strongest teams now are in the CIS region, or do you think it still lies with Europe?
Yeah, I'd say CIS, man. Yeah. I don't know. They just keep popping up talents. You see Sensei, you see Deco, you obviously you have all of the established guys. I don't know what they're feeding them, but these guys are amazing. I mean, like they have such a high skill gap and ceiling. I mean, like it's annoying sometimes, right? So happy we're in the EU RMR, to be honest. It looks rough in the CIS one. Avoiding them.
Just hiding in Europe.
I'm actually surprised that none of the CIS teams tried to qualify through EU, because that was a choice that they could have made.
They were hiding from Device.
Yeah, by the way, guys, I'm the only person who picked you guys to win. Everybody else picked Heroic.
That's not true.
I mean, you did too?
Respect.
Yeah.
To win the whole tournament.
Yeah, no.
Power
sorry,
ranking.
guys.
Yeah.
whole
Fraud,
tournament.
sit down. Yeah, I'm the only guy who picked you guys.
Oh,
Everybody else is a
even
bot,
today.
so just bear that in mind, yeah?
I'll remember this.
Yeah. Nice.
Still have the chance. We still have the chance.
So do you have any thoughts on your upcoming match versus Heroic? Because that's going to be pretty anticipated overall.
I mean, like I played them in Astralis, and I think that they are such a strong individual team. They have good momentum, good calls. They're playing really well. I mean, like we have to play some of our best seers to beat them, and we are capable of that. I mean, of course, the V2 will look differently as well, but in general, I think like we can do it, right? But they're probably the team to beat in this tournament. I actually think that on the best, if all teams play the best, they are also better than the teams in the upper bracket.
I think that's probably true. Do you guys have any other final questions?
True.
To round out? No. He thought about it for 2 seconds and then decided that his question was too inappropriate even for Flashpoint. Well, thank you, Rez and Device, for joining us today. It's great to talk to you. Congrats on at least achieving the top 4, and good luck in your matches for the remainder of the tournament. We'll see you very soon versus Heroic. I'm sure you guys have some prep to do.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
Very interesting to hear from Device and Rez, especially after that last match. I'm really looking forward to this Heroic match now, personally. I think it's definitely going to be a bit tough for them, but maybe they can get Overpass in there and make some moves.
Rez will be important. That man is a machine. He's been really good this tournament, and he's going to be crucial to even approaching surviving against Heroic. We'll see if they can win. It's going to be. I think that stylistically, it's going to be a great game. We just got mad fraggers on both sides. We saw how explosive that series was. I think it will be on an even higher level in that matchup. So I'm looking forward to it.
Big shout out to ZTR though for stepping up in all these series. Honestly, his stat line is trash, but honestly, his impact is huge. Like, and I'm not, it's like not even really a backhanded compliment.
No, straight up. Like
he's not even always set up, and he just clutches things out.
Maui and I came into this event with like pretty harsh criticism of NiP's
That's a
prospects
very
just because
mild
of the
way.
stats.
That's a very mild.
No, straight
way
up.
to put
Like it's man, I've been the bottom fragger on a team before. I know how that shit is. Sometimes though, like the scrutiny is unnecessary. Like you know that you're doing your job and you're winning rounds for your team. And ZTR is one of those guys where like, oh, he dies. Twitch chat's gonna spam some shit. But straight up, like he is winning rounds because of his discipline. Late 2vx's. You know, he's entering for the team. That to me is just showing a level of maturity as a player and as a teammate that isn't necessarily going to win you glory. It's not going to, you know, it's not even often that you see analysts really talking about those kind of players on teams, but it's that apparent to me when I watch NiP play that that guy he's on the path to greatness, and it's just a matter of, I think Device maybe nailed it. Consistency is probably his main issue right now.
Well, let's take a look at one of the plays from the last match because we didn't actually dig into any of the gameplay yet in specific, but you guys wanted to talk about some Device op kills that you found particularly impactful because it was a really close map on Train.
Yeah, I mean, T-side Train really started off with really early economic advantage. Yeah, this is Device. He gets so many picks from T-Con all around the map. Keto and Searson both at back 6 just eating op shots all day. And this is why I think, you know, coming into this tournament at least, after he had left Astralis, Device was, I think this is his top-rated map across the entire map pool. This was where he thrived the most. And this just goes to show why. I mean, it doesn't even necessarily matter what NiP is doing around the map. He's just doing his thing.
Yeah, when you look at a lot of these highlights, these are just strung together from multiple rounds, but it's just how consistent he is in terms of he holds down a line, and then his team can expect that that is covered. And to have that kind of trust in a teammate is something that is invaluable if you're a rifler on a team because you can just focus on your angle, and you can see that it's probably elevating players like Rez, actually, who now know that, hey, when Device is holding this down, I can just focus on my crosshair placement. Don't need to worry on what's behind me, to my left, to my right. It's all just focus on what's in front of me.
There was a few different rounds where he would get the initial pick towards Ivy. And it was like one player would pop out Ivy from NiP, one would drop down ladder, and each and every member of Big was looking the wrong direction just because they had to pick up this new angle. And to me, that is just like every player understands, like, okay, that's the go code. As soon as Device gets that frag, that's my moment to make my move. And considering, I mean, it almost looked like NiP was pugging that T-side half. I'm sure that they were prepared coming into this matchup, but it just, the way it felt loose and so controlled at the same time, it was a thing of beauty.
Well, and we do have a couple very specific rounds that you guys wanted to take a look at.
Cool.
8 and 13.
Yeah. So round 8 was actually a big round for me. So this is, Tabson. Man, they are down 6-1 at this point, and I am so hyped because I bet all my points on NiP. And then here's this tack timeout in Big. Look, Tabson just looks angry. He's like, what the fuck are we doing, you guys? Just kind of giving a pep talk. And he comes right into this round, down 6-1. And he picks up a 4K, and it's just master class footwork here. Every angle is just being observed by Tabs, and he knows he's one step ahead of the rotations from NiP. And I think this half ends 8-7, right?
Yeah,
so Big, right after this, Maui, they string together a whole bunch of rounds off the back of this tack timeout from Tabson.
Yeah, leading by example. Tabson's one of the players for Big where his CT side rating is actually, there's a big discrepancy with his T side rating, because on T side, he's trying to set everybody up, but CT side, he knows that every individual has a job when they're on the defense, and Tabson just kind of sussing out every single possible angle that NiP could be playing, even making the proactive play to close out the round on top of that. It's really wonderful. When Tabson puts his mind to it, he can still bring back some of those kind of vintage performances we're used to seeing when he was led by Gabi.
Yeah, and the start of this half, Big was missing shots. Searson straight up whiffing. Keto missing timings towards Ivy. Just getting outshot by NiP. And then it really is a night and day difference after this round win from Tabson. Obviously, this is like shark in the water. Every move that he's making is just perfect flank, perfect timings. And it's just confidence out of him. And that is something that, like, Big suddenly is back in this game.
Yeah, they
narrowly avoided disaster in that circumstance, because if that round goes the other way, like, we're looking at a very one-sided match. And considering it ended up 16-14, that was quite the accomplishment and near comeback that we saw from Big.
Yeah, I mean, that easily could have spiraled out of control. It nearly did. And I'm sure that Big would have wanted to replay the first few rounds of that game because some of them were really close. But NiP, man, they felt like the more clutch team today. I'm sure that their procedures and protocols got them into the positions they needed to be in to be successful. But on top of that, so many 2v2s went their way. Like ZTR was so clutch on rounds. Like, I mean, Device as well. There were so many moments where it just felt like NiP's experience, or at least the way that they're able to play off of each other in those tight situations, was just a hair better than Big.
Yeah, and we did have round 13 as well. So talk me through this and why you guys think that this round was particularly crucial. It's still in the first half. This is after Big had tied things up.
Yeah, it seems like this was every single time that they knew Big was going to be on a buy round. They start with a T-Con pick from Device, and this is exactly what I'm talking about. One from Pop Dog, one from Ivy. Every player from NiP is just picking their timing so perfectly and swarming the outside bomb site, and Big just looked like they were getting outmaneuvered, you know, consistently in this T-side half. But this was why I think NiP's, you know, T-side was so potent, right? If you're going to give up that fight, that duel to Device, and you're going to lose it, suddenly all of Big's defenses just melted.
What are y'all doing back there?
Are you cheersing?
They're up to
What are
no
you
good.
eating?
Eating choco pie.
We found a
since-
choco pie.
Taco pie.
Yeah.
That's a Korean snack.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Why is it all in English?
Probably because it's distributed in America, but
Oh.
it's from Korea. My wife probably brought those. It is
We just
really
steal
good.
this.
Thank you, Susie.
It is
Sorry.
really good. they are delightful.
We made a gin and tonic.
You need a gin and tonic. You don't
I
like.
made one.
No, I've
Oh,
made
you
one.
made one.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay. You didn't like the Nordic summer cocktail that I offered you?
What
I don't know
was in
if
this cocktail. Like what?
Yeah, what's in these?
Give us
What
a
are
walkthrough.
what's
So the reason why we did this cocktail for the Nordic summer is, first off, we had 3 Nordic teams competing today.
Well, that's so rare and such a surprise.
Yeah, such a surprise.
especially
But-
for a European tournament?
Yeah, for a European tournament. I know it's unlikely, but that's why we had a variety of aquavit-based cocktails ready, Lex, and this is one of them. So I found this recipe online and wanted to try it, but it's aquavit and Aperol and lime juice. It's very refreshing.
It is very,
really
very
nice,
springy.
actually.
I dig
Even
it.
though it's summer, I think
I think it's a bit too sugary or citrusy for me.
It's citrusy.
Citrusy,
It
yeah,
doesn't
yeah,
have
no
any
sugar.
sugar in it.
Citrus then. It was one of the two. I wasn't sure which one. I was
Definitely
feeling.
has no sugar in it besides alcohol, which is a sugar. But anyway, no added sugar, let's say.
It's a great drink to have on a porch. Just
And
kick back and
production
relax.
is tired of talking about drinks, so we're going to look at the bracket now.
Fuck you, production.
So our upper bracket final.
James after one
That's what you're going to
cocktail.
be seeing tomorrow.
Yes.
In fact, Mouse Sports versus G2. Don't think that many of us would have predicted that to be the upper bracket final heading into this match
I'm
or
pretty
this
sure I would.
tournament. You would not have, but that's fine.
You'd be putting NiP up there.
Yeah, you would definitely be putting
Okay,
NAP up there, you liar.
James, you put Big like second or something.
Meanwhile, today we played our lower bracket semis. It was Heroic 2-0 convincingly over Astralis and a close one between NiP and Big. That leaves us with Big, or NiP versus Heroic tomorrow. It leaves us with Big versus Astralis in our 5th, 6th place match, which will be played before the grand finals on Sunday. Now,
This is the even lower
FPX
bracket.
did win the 9th place decider over
Let's
Sprout,
go.
which some of us predicted, so that's why there are
All of
shouts
us predicted,
of
actually.
That's a close
let-
series.
Yeah,
let's
did
go.
anybody
Brad
not
almost took it.
go with them?
Even I predicted.
I've been told it was
Yeah.
all
It was
talent predicted.
All talent predicted FPX, so that's why we're happy. But Sprout still, with a 10th place finish over a team like Complexity, is quite good. We will also have our 7th, 8th place match on Friday before we actually
Whoa.
Uh-oh.
have the losers finals.
Is this the actual reverse
updated.
from last time? Like, is it just flipped? Oh no, wait, no. Monty, you were. No, someone
This
was
is
last
updated.
time,
This
right?
is just the updated press.
This is the
Yeah.
updated Preds. So Freya and James Bardolph
Yikes.
getting close to doing the punishment,
Oh, the
which will
mighty
happen
fall.
on the blind spot after the finals on Sunday.
It doesn't take me long to catch up, though, does it? I had 0 yesterday.
There aren't enough underdogs for you, James. You can't come back that quickly. It's not happening.
We shall see.
Look at Semler's redemption arc, man. Good
Right?
for him.
High variance play style, just
Yeah.
like James.
Yeah,
He
so
learned his
exactly.
lessons.
I no
Exactly.
longer care when you reset it for the plebs, Maui.
Who are the plebs?
Okay, well,
Everybody but me.
if we did a running total, it wouldn't be that. I mean, you
I'm
it wouldn't be that different. Though.
the champion. This is like
Can't be the champion if it's after just like 5 games.
James, you're
I feel
last, man.
I feel like you still got to win here if you're gonna
Yeah,
be a
these are
champion, but-
these are the playoffs.
Whatever, man. I got a gold before anybody else. I got a belt up, says I want to wear it.
Can't be a
tomorrow.
champion winning a single BO1.
James is just performs in the regular season, but in playoffs, when it gets down to the wire, that's where he chokes.
Choke artist,
He's
choke
a
artist.
prediction choke artist.
Yep.
He can predict, Sprout versus Heroic, but he can't do these games.
I had zero yesterday. Now I got 26-35.
Wow.
Catching up.
Congrats.
Wow.
Good luck with that.
You're looking great out there. I believe in you.
That said,
All right.
the rest of the matches are going to be pretty tough to predict. G2 versus Mouse is definitely a head scratcher for tomorrow.
Is it?
I think G2 has looked a little bit more
you picking,
solid
Lex?
lately, but Mouse
Haven't
is just
decided
like
yet.
on
Who you
this
got, Lex?
huge come up right now. Like what they're doing right now, I think is kind of unprecedented by most of the talent here. We
So-
did not see this coming into the
So you guys were all saying, oh, G2 is the presumptive tournament favorite before watching their last match. And have we switched to Mouse Sports now? Because I've definitely switched to Mouse Sports.
The thing is, and this kind of is the same thing I said when we saw them play the other day, is they didn't really have the toughest competition in the first 2 rounds. And so as good as they looked, it really, to me, is like, I haven't seen them at their low point. I haven't seen them have a bad day and still advance. Whereas G2 has looked terrible and still advanced through some of these series,
Yes.
which
a very
to
good
me
point.
is kind of scary in terms of
That's
who's
fair.
in it.
Their structure carried them when Nico was bottom fragging in 2 maps consecutively. Like that's really hard to do for your star player to not perform and for you to still win.
All right. We have another interview.
Oh, what?
Who do you think you would like to interview right now?
Me.
Anders.
No, it's not Anders.
I just wanna
James,
ask him about
we'll,
life.
we'll interview you later.
Okay.
James's mom.
James's mom.
Nice
On the
lady.
broadcast.
That'll be dangerous.
No, it is going to be Haka, our foreign correspondent
Oh, for fuck's sake.
from
Oh.
the B stream.
Oi, oi.
So
I'm out. Too
he's
many
he-
white people.
He's here, fresh. You live in England, James. Anyway,
All right, fine. I'm back.
you live in England. Anyway, Haka, you're fresh off the B stream, and you bring tidings of FPX glory, do you not?
I mean, I guess I do, but do I have to talk about that game? Oh my god! I swear I don't have any alcohol right now, but that game
Why
has
not?
just made
You're
me so
British.
delirious. Like it was just ridiculous. I don't know what was going on.
He's drunk off Stico.
I feel like that was so many Sprout series that we. By the way, Haka, we haven't met. Nice to meet you. I'm Lex.
Hey,
I do have a question for you at some point, but who was the standout player for you on FPX?
That is a question, Lex.
Shit, like a real question, but I want to know that first.
a real
I
question.
don't have the HLTV
it-
stats right here.
I don't know. Like for that series, do you want me to answer for, or in general?
I'll look it up.
Both.
Don't worry about it. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, for that series, like it was a weird series where I just feel like they were all. There were like 2 maps where everyone had the same amount of kills, so it was kind of weird. But in general, like Madden is probably their big hitter. Just he's kind of hit and miss at times. He's probably the guy that has the highest highs, I guess.
What do you think about this year's edition of Madden compared to previous years?
That's just an awful joke. I'm not even gonna warrant that with a response.
Do you believe in the Madden curse?
I don't know anything about the Madden
Do you know
curse,
what
so
about the
sure, why
2K
not?
curse? What about the NBA 2K curse?
Dame
Lillard's on the cover
I
this
know about
time.
NBA 2K, but not enough.
Well, Damian Lillard is on the cover this year, so what do you think of his playoff performance?
Oh,
no, just
is
kidding.
it whoever's on the cover gets injured or loses? What is
suck?
it?
They just suck in some way.
It's the
I
same
feel like
thing
that's
with
Madden,
Madden,
right? Yeah,
It's the same
Madden
thing
has
with
an
Madden.
injury curse, right?
No, it's they just are terrible a
Yeah.
lot of the time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. No, we can move off this though. Okay. Yeah, Madden's
What?
good.
Europeans love American football.
Yeah, they really understand all of these references.
Love
What
it.
about Gretzky? You like him? Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, get it in the goal, yeah.
That is a very appropriate response.
Big fan. Big fan.
Dumbass questions.
Haka, who is the big surprise for you at this tournament?
The big surprise for me at this tournament, I guess, okay, you were just saying it. I don't understand how G2 keep winning these games. Like, I just watch them and I'm like, it doesn't look great, but they're winning, so I guess they're good now, are they?
They're good. They're good. They're real.
Okay,
good.
they're good now.
They
There
got
you
structure.
Go. Maui's confirmed it.
They got some structure.
Maui's definitely going to be predicting G2 over Mouse to
I got to look at the veto, to be honest.
I feel like
Because
this
Mouse
is
have a
where
great map pool.
I feel like this is where I lose all my points. Mouse Sports is so tempting. They look so
Yeah.
good.
They look juicy, huh?
Hawker, if
How
you
about-
were to do a power ranking, who would you have put at the top? Would you have joined James on the NiP train?
No, definitely not. I would,
that's
I would not be
ridiculous.
joining
I
James on
agree.
any train, to be honest. I don't trust him.
What about the train from Reading to London?
Great train.
Okay, I would join him on that train.
Any train leaving Reading is good.
As I learned from my quarantine for Flashpoint 2. So, Hawka, let's get your predictions for tomorrow. So there is going to be G2 versus Mouse Sports and Heroic versus NiP. Any thoughts on these matchups? I know you probably, were busy during some of these matches today. So you may not have the best or most recent information, but why don't you give it a shot?
All right, so I watched Cadian get like a quad kill at the end of that first map. I got to watch that before tuning into my second game. So, yep, I'm going for Heroic. Cadian's still sick and seems to carry them every time it gets to a close game. So, easy for Heroic in that one. Mouse Sports G2. Man, Mouse Sports have been like surprisingly really good. I didn't think they'd be good like this quickly. I'll go with G2 just because I feel like they somehow keep grinding out the wins, but I don't know. I feel like that's a really close one. I'm actually really excited for that.
Who's your tournament favorite to win it all?
It's actually really hard now. Like, it feels
Well,
like
you're
we're
here
in
to answer
a
the
period
hard
of time.
questions,
Here's a
Hawka.
question.
That's why we pay you money.
Yeah, okay.
Answer the fucking
Is
question.
that a porn DVD next to the TV?
What?
Who has
That is not-
porn
you know what that
DVDs?
is? It's Super Mario Galaxy 2, apparently.
Oh, that's
Okay,
a
not-
banger.
No, I owned.
Great game.
Massive
Not interested.
banger.
Great
Absolute
game.
It's porn to
banger.
someone.
Yeah,
Anyway.
that is as close as it gets to
Roll
porn for
34,
me.
I guess.
Anyway, back to the question. Who is your tournament favorite now?
You know what? I'll still say Heroic, just because I really like. I just like them is my actual reason for picking Heroic. I
That's
just
a
think
good
they do a
reason,
lot of
though.
cool things. Yeah,
What's the coolest thing
Exactly.
they do?
just win.
That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool.
Pretty badass. Damn. Shit. Hawka, are you gonna get an NFT? Are you gonna buy one?
No, I don't understand it at all. You know, I was
Can I
talking to
offer
Anders
you
about this.
one
He's the
snacks?
same.
Okay, you're but contractually obligated to say yes, and that here's why it's great.
Yes, I am loving the new Flashpoint NFTs.
Can I offer you one
Was that
snack?
it? Was that the script?
Yeah, you got it. You read it.
Something like that, man,
Thanks. Sorry, we didn't send you that earlier.
Snacks is, I can't see him. He's very small. Is it a cool picture of Snacks?
Yeah, it's a great picture of snacks.
It's the artwork from the hype video.
Okay.
I think we're getting it
There
close
we
up.
go.
There we go.
Oh,
you
there
gotta,
we
you gotta,
go.
mo- you gotta move it from side to side. I want to see the shiny bits.
graphic.
There we go.
Holographic, yeah.
Oh,
There we go.
The foil.
Tasty.
Ooh.
Damn, is he a shiny?
He's a shiny.
This
He
is
is.
giving me flashbacks to one time when I was a kid. I had Pokemon cards, and I got scammed out of my Charizard because this
Oh,
kid told
no.
me that he had some really rare Pokemon or something, and I was like, "Oh, I'll believe him. No one would ever lie."
I swear
And
to
then I
God.
just traded my Charizard for some piece of shit Pokemon. So I'm mad now.
Same thing happened to me when I was younger, Hawkeye. I feel your pain, man.
Oh
Guys
man,
are-
we're like the same.
We're bonding.
We
yeah.
both got wrecked.
I'm disappointed in both of you.
Yeah, well, I was dumb. I was
guys
like
James
6,
was that
dude,
kid
okay?
who stole our
You,
Charizard.
you guys got hustled.
It was you, James, wasn't it?
Mate,
God
I don't know
damn it.
anything about Pokemon. Rachel Kuroko made me catch one once, and that's my entire history of Pokemon.
Have
So-
you ever actually thought about Pokemon, Hawka? Like the ethical
What?
ramifications of Pokemon?
Oh. No?
It's basically
I am.
glorified
So
dogfighting.
yeah, exactly. It's basically dogfighting with sentient animals, except you imprison them in small balls, and you force them to fight until they knock each other out. Do you support this ethically?
No comment?
Very political, I see.
Do you think people eat Pokemon?
Bet in Japan, maybe.
Where is this going? Where are we going with this? Where has this come from? I've never thought
Do you
this
think-
much about
how
Pokemon.
about-
do.
Okay, how about
they
this,
do.
Hawka? If Cadian were a Pokemon trainer, what Pokemon would be his like frontline Pokemon that
Okay,
he
I'm out.
bonds with?
This is the bit where I actually don't know that much about Pokemon, which is unfortunate.
Oh,
I don't
okay.
know, like a Geodude. Geodude's
Oh.
cool.
Okay, all
I
right.
see that.
Okay, that's cool.
Hey,
Yeah.
Hawkeye-
They're both
Hawkeye.
shirtless.
There you go.
it was Freya's birthday yesterday, and all I can say
Yeah?
is you missed out, man. You missed out.
I
There was
don't.
this-
It, is,
okay, so
is
there
that
was
a-
this. listen, there was this woman in the bar, right?
Oh, no,
Finally.
We're at the blind spot. We're at the blind spot.
And she was obsessed with Freya, and then Freya's like, cool, bye, and she left me with her, and then she was talking to me about intellectual property, and then she said Freya was the mayor of intellectual property. I don't know what that means. And then the guy she was with disappeared, and then she started being aggressive, and she was like, what did she say to me? You should be ashamed of yourself. You should be ashamed of yourself. And then the bar tried to get rid of her, but she was too drunk, so the police came. Then she eventually walked out. Then she passed out outside, and the police were playing with her dog while she was just lying on the floor. So you missed out, man.
This is while we were all
It's
singing
actually a
Happy
true
Birthday.
story from last night.
Yeah, it's actually true. It's actually true.
Can we invite her on for an interview? I want to hear more.
Hey, I can't wait for next year, honestly. It's going to be great.
I don't know how we're going to top it.
Start a fire song.
And this was the first time that I had been to a bar since the pandemic started.
No, me too.
Wow.
Yeah.
Haka,
Oh,
what'd you
wow.
do for Freya's birthday?
Yeah, Hawkeye.
Casted Counter-Strike until like 1 a.m. And then I had a bath, which was nice.
Oh, that's
Oh,
that's good.
wow.
Nice.
A bath for
I can
Freya.
respect that.
Yeah.
Did you use any bath
yeah,
salts?
sure. No, I literally just nothing. I haven't got any of that fancy stuff.
You just did it in tap water. Just that's it.
Exactly, just straight up.
You just
That's
sat
the
in a-
man's way to
Who
have
calls
a bath.
water in a bath
Right?
water? Like, are you going to the kitchen with buckets, or what are you doing?
Did you
What's wrong
did you
with
save any of the water so we can sell it on the blind spot?
Oh shoot! You know what? I'll have a bath tonight. How about that? And then we can get that going.
Now get a little
Can we
sweatier.
NFT bathwater?
Well, we're offering
not? Just
we're
trying to
offering
NFT
the,
everything
the
now.
physical goods in addition to the digital goods. See, that's what makes it more.
I think it
interesting
should be in a jar.
So here's
I hate you
here's what we'll
so
do,
much.
Haka. I'll get the artist to draw a picture of you in the bath. We'll sell that as the NFT, and then we'll just sell the literal bath water as the physical good.
Oh, there you go. See, there's a reason you're the creative dude. See?
All right. Well, thank you very much for joining us, Haka. I'm sorry to ask you uncomfortable ethical questions about Pokemon, but I
That's fine.
needed your take.
Hey, what's your opinion on
I'll have a
jars,
better answer
Hawker?
next time. I'll think about it. Jars, I don't know if I'm allowed to answer questions from James. I think my attorney's in my ear right now. I'm not quite sure if I'm allowed to
Probably
answer
for the
that,
best.
James. I'm sorry.
We actually have to include that in all talent contracts that you don't actually have to answer James's questions.
I try to avoid them as
Nice.
much as possible.
I answer every single one of them. Ask me anything.
A yes man over here.
You can tell he's the new guy.
Exactly. All right. Thanks, Haka. Have a nice night. I know it's late there.
Thank
Enjoy
you.
your bath.
Enjoy, guys. Will
Bye,
do.
Haka.
Well, with that, I think it's enough blind spot for today. We can all depart as the closing bell rings with pictures of Haka in the bath dancing in our heads. Is that pleasant?
Yeah.
He's loving it. He's
What's your
loving
history with jars, Monty? You look familiar now.
it. I don't know what you're talking about, but I also am not contractually obligated to answer your questions. So let's see what our schedule is like tomorrow. I know everybody's very excited about these matches as we come to the end. And it will be Mouse Sports versus Gamers 2, the best two names on the planet in terms of esports branding.
You're lying.
Heroic versus NiP, which is slightly better. I kind of like Heroic. I like their logo. Anyway, and then we have Sprout versus Complexity.
On the B stream.
Yep.
You gotta stop putting Sprout on the B stream. They are bangers. They kill us out there.
That's right.
Bobbin's a killer.
Speedy out there, just dropping bodies.
Buy the Speedy NFT. I have to say this. I'm contractually obligated. Get your own Speedy NFT. Comes with collectible card for 100 Flashcoin.
There you go.
Shout out to Speedy.
Shout out to Speedy. He's great. All right. Thanks, guys, for joining us. We'll be back with more mainstream and B-stream action tomorrow here on Flashpoint. We're getting down to the last stages of the tournament right now. Enjoy these highlights as we bid you a lovely